Alrighty, straight in for some cash game action after hours here at the WPT Korea. We're here in the Reddragon poker room. It's me, Richard Cooper, joined alongside Ron Regis. Ron, lovely to have you here.
Oh, nice to spend an afternoon. This should prove to be interesting. Well, it's chill for us, but it might be pretty stressful for the gentleman on the table.
Absolutely, depending which way this one goes, somebody's going to be happy, someone's going to be sad. I can tell you, if it's anything like yesterday, Ron, we saw absolute fireworks at this cash game. And that man in the front center of your screen, Superman. Really interesting player. So let's see what he has to say today.
So he's already earned for himself the nickname Superman. We'll see if chips will be flying through the table.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I'm not sure if that's a self-proclaimed nickname or if it was given to him by his peers. But either way, he does represent it well.
Right, always seeing action from a couple of similar looking hands, which is usually a recipe for quite a confrontation. It's been a race to 2K. Try to get a feel for the game, and suddenly it's all into call. It's gone race, re-race, re-race already with these stellar premium hands.
Yeah, Mr. Zhu there, not wasting any time, choosing just to run his equity. Massive draw, of course, with the open-ended straight draw there, not allowing his opponent to realize any of his potential equity. So nice play there. Boss move, 17K, and I presume they're playing 50-50, so sitting pretty deep. Look at those big blinds. Cat 2018, 300 BBs, looking to lose some money or win some, whichever side of the fence you are sitting.
And well, this is the beginning of the game, and if this is indeed going to play out like a high stakes cash game, I presume they will be taking the limits off the top, and they might be rebuying and topping up to some crazy amounts.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they don't limit the guys here much. And oh, it is 5100. So nice. Yesterday we watched 50-50. So here we're playing a little bit higher stakes. And so we should see a couple of top ups there indeed, Ron. Ace 2 suited here for the man in all the action at the moment. Just going to limp in here.
Something to get used to here, watching cash games. If you've been watching tournament streams for the past few days, you might have never seen a limp in your life, but we're going to see a lot of that here tonight.
Yeah, I'm just surprised, Ace 2 suited playing so well. As a bit of an open there. Seen as an unopened pot, early position. Or excuse me, he's in hijack, so good position to go for the raise there. So interesting. Anyway, a lot of mixed strategy at these cash games. Superman there with the ace 10-0. Of course, never folding that very, very valuable button.
Ace deuce suited is certainly limping to call, which is why sometimes I prefer to tell players you might as well raise it a little bit and see discourage some other players from opening, and you get to dictate the price for your flop. As it is, the price to see the flop is dictated by Superman, and it is $800 to see this one.
Six, 4, 4 on this flop here. Two hearts. Superman, obviously, with that ace of hearts in his hand and out ahead here, just with that ace high. So let's see. Now Zoo decides to check it over to him. If he decides to carry on here with that story he was telling pre-flop and $800, enough there.
I think on a board like this, it's ragged and paired. Sue will definitely continue with this ace high, and now he's bought himself a nice little hit.
Has connected, but very scary suit in that turn. And there we go. Checkmark Superman. After just playing very passively, now finds himself with the nut flush on the river. So How big does he go here, Ron?
That depends on how much he feels the table is calling. He can go for a polarized size and just try to pot it or close to it, or he can beg for a call. But given that it's a four heart board, I think he should swing for defense, and maybe somebody with a smaller heart in his hand might be willing to call down.
Agreed.
We're gonna get used to these chip colors. Any insight, Richard, as to the values of these colors?
None as of yet. I was actually just trying to figure that out, Ron.
All right, so we got three colored chips on the table. What we'll refer to as the green ones, the red ones, and the yellow ones, and we'll, as we go along, we'll figure out and clue the guys in on what these are.
Absolutely. Superman, nice sizing here. About 75% pot. Looks very value-ishy. So, Zoo here in a tough spot. Let's just bottom on a very, very scary board.
He's a hero. Well, now we can see that the red chips are one each. He did make a call with three red chips, and he's going to see that Superman was not lying about this, and he does have the nuts. Gets paid off. Nice, large bet there to get value out of a two.
Yeah. Interesting decision to make the call there. Unblocking all flushes.
Sometimes, I know players, myself included, early in the session would be willing to make these calls. It's half advertising, but it's also purchasing information to use later. And it might pay off later if he sees a similar action.
Absolutely, Ron. You never know. With these cash games, they are so unpredictable. And that's why I love watching them.
There's far less tension and urgency than the Sermon final table, but it's a whole different dynamic. And it's a whole lot of recklessness. And, people like to see a train wreck sometimes.
That's it. Talking about a train wreck. Ching coming in with the 7x open. So quite a big open sizing there, Ron, from the button.
I thought earlier he'd 7x it because there were previous limpers, but we now see it's going to be 7x no matter what. A lot of times, Rich, these guys will not be thinking in terms of BB. They will simply be thinking in terms of the actual value of the chip. So if they're used to playing much bigger games, say a 500 1000 or even a 200 500, they will bet what they feel is comfortable, regardless of what that is in
Yeah,
BBs.
absolutely.
Well, I've got my pick for best shirt at the table.
I have a faint idea who you're referring to.
Oh, we see
Howard
closer to
kicking.
sanity and undergun raise. Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's just 300. But then the three bet sets the record back straight to seven times the big blind.
Oh, action here for Ching. Looking down at those pocket rockets and facing that previous action. Must be licking his lips and who run. Going for the sly dog call.
Trying to keep that door open for Howard to raise back, acting like he's set mining with the aces.
And Howard could fancy it here.
There's really not so much pressure there. Almost a minimum three bet he has to pay off. And now we are off the flop.
4-4 deuce rainbow on this flop in, except for Ching. Obviously, his hand already made. So let's see.
It's as blank. It's as blank as they come.
Shu gonna take initiative into his own hands here. 1.7k into 2.3, so relatively large. And yeah, Ching licking his
Oh,
lips and saying 3.5k is the new price, gentlemen.
finally popped it, hoping he's up against another overpair.
Shows him the aces, lets him know.
Giving up some valuable information, but
That's
taking down a
it.
pot
And
nonetheless.
I'm not sure if these two bought their sunglasses from the same store. They certainly look very similar.
I'm playing spot the difference right now, and I'm losing a bit of
I
a
think they're the
shade
same.
difference, but that's about it.
Could just be the positioning of the light.
Interesting choice of sunglasses. Normally, players wear them to hide their eyes so you can't tell where they're looking. They're just wearing it for fashion.
These are the absolute reverse of those. These are actually made to show off your eyes, accentuate your eyes, if you will.
Give it a nice brown tinge.
Ace 8-5 here, two diamonds. Nobody hitting here. We gonna carry on telling the story. Goes quite big, round half pot.
Nothing
Good
to
enough.
push forward with for Tim. I think it's an illusion to think that they are deep the way they're betting 7x pre-flop and half pot to three-quarter pot bets post-flop. These stacks are gonna feel pretty.
Absolutely, they're playing as if they're 1,000 big blinds deep, but they're gonna find out soon. They're gonna be reloading.
Yeah, if there's any, if the bets were flowing high, but with only 13k behind in that spot, he was being asked to call 10% of his stack just to speculate or make a move. I would advise that gentleman and all these gentlemen to top up to at least 200 bigs each and then see what happens.
Absolutely. Jack's here. Tim facing this open from Superman, who's been pretty quiet so far, but will go ahead with 3x 3 bet in position. And Superman probably pretty happy to go ahead and see this flop.
Love to see a flop that you can draw to the nuts with, but that's assuming you get two spades on the flop.
10-8-8. Not what he was looking for. Only one spade. However, I suspect he may call on barrel from Tim.
Is it within Superman's arsenal to check raise here and make such moves?
Hmm, good question. Maybe
Remains to
because
be
he's
seen,
holding
eh?
this. Let's see. And there we go. There it is. Oh, so those chips must be 100.
The blues are 100 then, and the reds are 1,000.
That's it.
I guess rewarded for hanging.
Wow. Patience, they say. Ooh, Tim's gone relatively big here. That ace on the turn. Interesting decision. Superman clearly in the blender here.
We got what he wanted, and now he's acting like he's unhappy with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Wow.
Looks like he was just composing his rebuttal.
I guess he really only had 1-to-1 SBR in any case, so get it in now, run your equity, and hopefully not snap at an ace or an
Also
eight.
figures if he calls that amount, he's gotta call almost any river bet anyhow.
Yeah, of course.
Well, Rich, yet another lesson in how to play jacks.
Has an always educational hand on stream.
I've seen this played correctly exactly once, and that was Phil Ivey playing it.
Yeah, I know the exact hand you're talking about. I mean, this is a fold. He's repped the ace, and his opponent has showed him, I've got the ace, and if I don't have an ace, I have an eight, or I've got pocket tens. So the only thing I'm doing this with is strength. I don't see what bluffs he goes forward with here.
Well, Rich, if you sit there long enough and ruminate on it, you tend to have the ability to convince yourself that he has nines. It's just a matter of how convincing you can be to yourself.
That's it. Oh my goodness. And
He's
he has
convinced
convinced
himself.
himself. And he's going to see the terrible news here. All in and far behind. Oh, yes. Cashier.
To his
Chips,
credit,
please.
he was beating it. He was beating a 10 to his credit, but that's about the smallest part of the range there. And now curiosity is satisfied, and as you say, chips, please. Perhaps you come in for
That's it.
400 bigs if they allow it
Maybe he's just texting, telling his girlfriend
to make
he
a
just
bank
called off all
transfer.
of his chips. Both of those things. They don't call him Superman for nothing, Ron. And we see there Superman with the suited ace. Big stack now for him, and you'll see him get a little bit loose. Saw him yesterday sit with around about 50k. They were playing 50-50. And I'll tell you, he was not afraid to get in there. And there we go. Reload, sir. We love to see it.
So that would mean the yellow chips would be either 50 or 25 if they are indeed playing 50 100 blinds.
Yeah, 50. And the green slash blue are 100. And red must be 1k.
Well,
Alrighty.
Superman now gets a chance to play his jacks.
Let's see if the
Not even
gentleman can
finished
take
stacking
back.
his chips. Rich, I'm always
Ching
wary of
now.
a player who puts in a race before he's finished stacking his chips.
Oh, yes. You know he's got something. He ain't doing that with a bluff.
Interesting three bet
Interesting
from
now.
Ching. He ships
Yeah,
it right there.
2.5k.
He
Wow.
shipped 100 bigs with his pocket fives.
Wow. Wow. Huh.
Like to see you say wow again when we see a river five or
Oh
a
my
four.
goodness.
Oh!
Oh! What? What are we
And who are we
witnessing?
to question? Who are we to question shipping 100 bigs with pocket fives against a man who's obviously has a strong hand? I mean,
The
if you
Rain
know
Man.
you're gonna get that river.
Crazy. Wow. Rain Man Ching showing us how it's done. 100 bigs. No problem. Pocket fives. Let's go. Run it. Run it once. And yeah, just like that.
Let me help you. Let me help you with those excess chips that you seem to be having trouble stacking, sir. You ship them this way, and you'll have less to worry about.
That's exactly what happened, Ron. Superman looked a little bit overloaded there and just needed some help. So thank you very much to that kind gentleman, Mr. Ching, for helping him carry those chips.
We'll see on as we go along.
Superman, not even a flinch.
Now I think it's beginning to dawn on him what had just happened.
I don't know if it's dawned on him that he's wearing a shirt with two different color sleeves. Here we go. Newly reloaded Tim, 150 bigs for him. So thank you for buying in a little bit deeper. And yep, seems like it is a 7x open here. These boys don't want to be playing no small pots.
They've set the tone, and that's going to be the norm.
And Howard now out of his depth, short stack in comparison to his counterparts and pocket threes. Never a great sight, especially not on 10-6-5. Tim flopping a gut shot there, so are we gonna fire here? Question is how big.
Well, he does have the. He can still draw to the lower end as well.
Excuse me, yeah, it's an
You
open
could win
ender.
by counterfeit.
Bet call, bet fold. Easy as you like.
Well, speaking of their 7x open, something I like to do in these cash games open big is to constantly open a slightly smaller to see if they're going to follow suit. And if I see that they're following, I keep driving the price down as I go. So I might open uh, almost every hand for six, and then open by five and four until they start getting the message.
Hmm. Interesting strategy. I've actually not played that strategy myself.
You have to figure out if the table is willing is if you can
Whoa,
subconsciously dictate that price.
whoa.
5K. I guess my
How
strategy wouldn't work on this table. That's an open.
50 big blind open?
That's an open.
I think he made a mistake. I think he thought they were $50.
Keep trying to
I
open
don't
for
know.
500 there. I know I've made
He
that
must have thought they
mistake,
were
but
hundreds. Yeah, he must have thought they were hundreds for sure.
when I've made that mistake, I just made a point not to mention it and just sit there like I meant it.
Yeah, he's sitting like a boss, taking that one down with the ace 10-0, 50 big blind open. I'll try that one, me. Well, eyes on Howard now after that open, but holds around to our cutoff player here, GF GUI, or GFGUI. Let's give him an all acronym name. Sounds more badass. Jack 9-0 here from the cutoff. Standard raise at this table. And of course, how Tien can't fold that offsuit ace. 6-6 deuce blank flop here for both.
Once again, ragged and paired, so good for continue.
C bet and call. And Gui seems to be facing a donk out here. How Tien. And that might just allow him to get away from this one now, yeah. He would have had to keep betting if he'd hoped to win that one, so maybe an easy out there when your opponent donks out for you.
Didn't realize until today that they had a Reddragon poker room in Korea. I'm fully aware of the Reddragon poker room in Manila. Reddragon, of course, a brand that's been around since they had that Reddragon trophies up in Macau. We've got some open limps, and of course, Hao Qian with the ace jack is going to jack up the price to see the flop. It's a little too much for the previous limpers.
Yeah, Cat 2018. What a nickname that is. 277 bigs he's sitting with, so good stack for him. He hasn't been very active, so I think that is the man with the shirt. I'm not too sure. Howard now. Got his hands on the right color chips at least. Just gonna limp in with the Queen Jack O. Interesting. And yeah, good price for suited king. Not sure what Zoo is trying to achieve, but seen stranger things. Interesting here, Ching. It's got a 11 exit. I mean, you may as well make it big. If you are going to bet, is that man's motto. And now, well, a little bit of everything here. A little bit of drama, a little bit of spice, a little bit of comedy. Zoo not going anywhere. Obviously, does have a spade. Ching needs to bet to stay alive in this hand, so it's exactly what he does. Interesting turn card here. Ching picks up that flush draw. And of course, gut shot to the straight as well. Zhu looking for a jack in a hurry if he does stick around. But surely Ching needs to size up here and push him out the pot. And that's exactly what he does. Looks like 3,500 is the bet there. 3.1. Good sizing, maximum pressure. Beside the fact that Zhu genuinely had nothing. Nice hand here for Superman. Gone for quite a big sizing. 15 big blinds now. Seen the standard being $700, and he's gone 1.5k. So Interesting to see who he finds in a caller, and that man is the straddle, Jaeming Zhu. Ace 9 3 here, two hearts, both player with a heart. Ooh, and Superman just shows the ace queen. Interesting. Gives quite a lot of information away about him, especially after opening so large. Gentleman in the shirt there, Cat 2018, yet to play a hand. Now has the button in front of him, so might see him get involved finally. Gree gonna limp in with the Queen 10-0. Howard 6-6 with the ace deuce from the small blind. I don't know what stand-up game is active or if the 7 deuce game is active, but looks like Jaeming Zhu is getting ready to do something here.
Is there a seven deuce game
Wow.
in the previous stream?
I mean, there must be.
Now the way it works is even if there's no showdown, he gets paid. Is that correct?
Only if he wins the pot. But then he folds to a c-bet.
I think the best way to play that
Wow.
seven deuce game is just to just go all in and balance your range out with aces.
I mean, if you're playing 7 deuce, you can't be playing it passively, Ron. That's for sure. But it does seem like he told old Shing what he had. Shing having a good old chuckle. Righty, so interesting to see what sizing Superman goes for here.
How about zero?
Wow. Okay.
You know, he was just Clark Kent in that hand.
He just opened Ace Queen O, middle position, 15 big blinds, and then showed the entire table.
We're seeing a real mix of raise sizes here. This one is 500, which seems to be agreeable to the most amount of people. Finally, we see a multi-way.
Jaeming Zhu, flop and top pair here. Thinking about a donk bet, it looks like it, and yeah, 5.5 into the middle. So, around about 2x the pot. And it seems like he's not going to find any callers here. So good move there, gent. Nice little pick up there.
Just happy to take it down. He was out of position and did not want to keep guessing. We saw a rabbit card. They do a rabbit here, eh?
Yeah, they love the rabbit here. And 5.5k, nothing for these gents, as you can see. They're willing to wager that on peanuts.
Now, Rich, what are those red markers they have in front of them? Is this what leads you to believe they may be playing a stand-up game, or
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're playing a stand up game, but I think it's just traditional stand up. Last one to win a hand pays the ante.
so he must pay everyone the ante, and the ante in this case would be what, the size of the small or the big?
No, I think it's predetermined. Generally, like 10 big blinds.
10 big blinds to everybody, or just to
Yep.
splash the pot with it?
No, 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 no. Everybody. That's why they're so incentivized to win the
My
last.
goodness.
Yeah, that's why I think he was going after it with the seven deuce because he doesn't have a disc yet.
I see. That makes sense. Meanwhile, we're seeing overkill here. So I'm going to keep an eye out for players with no discs, and they should be making some really aggressive moves because if, as you say, it's 10 bigs per player, are we if we're even seven-handed, that's 70
Yep.
bigs. That's pretty
Yeah,
much a buy-in, punishing
that's
you just
it.
for folding along.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal spot to be honest, but
It's
it's what
massively
these guys like to do.
painful. It's a nice little device though, because you don't want a guy just folding 20 hands in a row. So make him make a
Exactly,
move.
exactly. No, I think it's a good incentive just to keep the game flowing, keep the game exciting and interesting, and yeah, it just makes for better entertainment all around. And at the end of the day, when you're sitting at the poker table for a long period of time, anything entertaining is much welcomed.
It's a pain though because just mere participation isn't enough. You could call every hand just to try to win a pot, but until you actually win one, it's really going to cost you if you're the last to get a disc.
Yeah,
So you're not really just punishing the guy who's folding every hand. You're also punishing the guy who just can't seem to hit the flop.
that's it. It's a brutal game we play. And again, we haven't seen Cat get involved at all here. Very, very silent so far at this table.
Is Cat this gentleman with a beautiful shirt?
I believe so.
Playing catch up with the graphics there, but I believe this hand has been won by Howard with ace high after a bet. So his opponent not interested in that gut shot.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, whether I call or not. I don't think so. Howard quite quiet, so you got to respect that range of his. Here we go, cat. Again. No cards for cat at this point. Quite card dead, one would
He
say.
doesn't seem to be worried about his disc as of yet. Think I saw another player without one. So until then, no need to press that panic button.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're the last two with the disc, you kind of know that they're going to be going for it. So it's like if you leave it up to there, it's very last minute.
Always best to get yours early.
That's it. That's why you'll see at the start of the round, these guys just go for it the first hand because then they know they've got the disc and they can sit back and chill. And they're going to get guaranteed, 3 or 4 rounds of $1,000.
Well, in that context, it makes perfect sense to raise pre-flop for 50 big blinds.
Exactly. I'm definitely adopting that.
Nice catch by Superman, calling off with ace high to a sizable river bet.
Yeah, Ching just texting his girlfriend and telling her that Superman just won another pot.
I
Or he
think he
might just
texted
be texting
Superman's
Superman's
girlfriend.
girlfriend.
I'm sorry about some of his chips right now.
Sorry, Superman's a little bit busy right now. Cat, not
So I know
interested
Cat
here.
doesn't
Maybe
have
just.
it yet. Not interested. No desk, no hand, nothing yet. I'd like to take a look around the table, see who else doesn't have one yet, as Cat continues to be dealt a no hitter from the dealer.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Cat play, to be honest with you, but since the stream started, I have not seen him play a hand.
He's going to get a very vivid reminder of why he must start playing soon, because I don't see anyone else without a disc. Perhaps this gentleman in white is the other man in the
Yeah,
hot seat.
Tim definitely doesn't have a disc. He's reloaded
Gonna try to
already
get
and
one.
down another 4K. Yeah. Ooh, not a good one for him. Jack 8 deuce, 2 hearts. Nothing for him, but oh, Tim finding something. Taking lead. He'll bet. Superman will call, I'm sure.
And once this hand is over, somebody's got to tell Cat to get moving. Oh no, he will be paying right now. Is that's how it works, right? As soon as Tim takes down this pot, we are gonna see the consequences.
He must pay now. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, they have taken away all the discs. Is he paying though?
Yeah, yeah, he's busy paying. It was Howard who just paid.
I thought
What
Cat
was
was this
Cat just.
gentleman in the beautiful shirt.
Yeah.
I
What
didn't see
was
any
Cat
red
who
chips
threw the chips
flying
in there?
about.
I saw them in the middle, in the center.
Oh, I see. So the dealer distributed them.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see Cat stack.
He seems to have added chips to it. I don't
Yeah, I
recall that
think
he
he
had
did
that many
rebuy.
red chips to begin with.
No, I definitely rebought.
So off we go. Now we've got a compass as to how to navigate this game, as we are in a new round of disclessness.
Ooh, cat here with the big reload. On to 25k now. Obviously matching Ching, so interesting power move there by cat. Let's see him get involved.
Me personally, as long as it's reasonable, as long as the guy isn't sitting on 1,000 bigs, I always like to reload all the way up to 500 bigs. Just make sure I got everyone covered.
Oh, yes, totally agree. So maybe they're not playing a 10 big blind ante per player, maybe five. But I mean, it's got to be something worth it.
I did see a handful of green chips chucked in the middle there, so perhaps it wasn't
Hmm.
10 big blinds, but it was something.
Hmm.
I wonder then how the this system tracks those wins. I know they can enter pot sizes based on bets. Guess they have to manually add it to keep these
Hmm.
graphics accurate. Was Ching
Yeah, so
gone with
maybe.
Ace King? Did I see that correctly?
I also
I
don't
saw Ace.
understand. Is that because he
I,
was
I
away
saw.
from the
I'm
table?
sorry, Rich. I could be. I saw Ace King, and now you see it. Now you don't. Could he have known that Howard
No,
had jacks?
he's still got cards in front of him. Yeah, graphics
Yes,
are
this
doing
this
us
must be the
dirty.
man. Yeah, yeah. He must be. He must have the Ace King. Definitely not folding it. Looks like it's gone all
Ho-
in pre.
Yeah, Howard's
My
got the
eyes did not
jacks.
deceive me. There they are. Third time for the jacks on this table. They are now slated to be.
Oh my goodness.
They're about to
What a
go 0 and
flop.
2, 1 and 2. Yeah, it's over there. Wait a minute.
Oh!
Wait a
Oh my
second.
goodness. What are we witnessing? Wow.
The flop
Flush over
giveth, the
trip.
dealer
Flush over
taketh
set.
away.
House over flush. Oh my goodness. What a change of
And you
events
know what?
there.
He
Roller
wasn't
coaster of
drawing dead on the
emotions.
turn either.
Yeah, he wasn't, was he?
It would have been spectacular.
Wow.
Well, Rich, now we know. Jacks do well if you're just simply all in pre-flop.
Wow. What a hand. What a roller coaster of emotions. When I saw that jack, my heart stopped. Then I saw the suit. And then I saw the three. And then the 10. And then heartbreak. For Ching, ace king suited. Never a good way to get stacked. Wow. A little bit of PTSD after that one, Ron.
Gonna have to get up and take a walk around the table counterclockwise. Looks like he had a stack to absorb it. He's now back raising 500. Feeling like the dealer owes him a pot now.
Wow.
Sorry, it's 600. Well, it's almost a repeat, but he's one club short.
Yeah, I wonder what confidence Ching holds in a flush right now.
If I'm sitting in his seat, I feel like I'm owed one. So the gut shot comes along, actually raises it from position.
Wow.
He's just going
Ching
for it.
just gonna ship it.
Yeah, if you're not gonna give me that flush, give me the disc.
I mean, one has to say it's a consolation prize. And maybe that shove, just out of frustration, as I think maybe playing it a little bit more wisely in that case would have been a lot more value seen for Ching. However, maybe just a little bit tilted after that previous run out. Clearly not as happy as he was previously.
He can always console himself by saying to himself that it was just Superman's chips.
Mhm.
Superman's back in the building. Took
Superman
that one with no
raising at
contest.
8x. Yeah? So what happens when you open 8x?
Looks like those yellow chips are worth 10, as there are 5 of them in the small blind.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now. Weird
Guess it's more
denominations for sure.
it's
Wow,
more conducive to tipping. What do we see?
Gui just knocked over Superman's chips. Gui also sitting with 89 big blinds, so I'm not sure why he's not rebuying. Excuse me, reloading.
I know some players like to keep it short just because it's easier to play, especially early in a session. You just kind of want to see, kind of like breaking in billiards. You just want to use that first stack to break the table.
I guess so. It's just what happens when you have aces and all you can get is 89 big blinds.
That's always the disaster that a short stack must face.
That's it.
And surprisingly, Rich, a lot of players think this way. They think, well, at least if my aces get cracked, I lose the minimum. So you know what? Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I used to think like that too, I guess. Yeah.
Yet to see Cat play, and now he's raised to 300 with Queen 5 suited.
Wow. Interesting choice of first hand here, Ron.
He's just had enough. That's what I see.
Unfortunate for him. Superman's woken up with the church. Ace King O in
Oh,
the small
Howard is getting
blind.
frisky. Howard got frisky with the deuces, but now he's going to get slapped back to reality. 4,700, 4,600 now.
Nice
Takes that
sizing.
down. So since I'm keeping track, Cat's already been the first victim of the stand-up game, and he's on pace to remain the only victim of it.
Yeah, he needs to get involved here. But with the type of cards he's being dealt, Ron, one could really say card dead.
You know, he's one open shove away from from changing that trend.
Oh, did the big blind just fold King Jack?
Bit surprised myself, but he has been playing really tight. I've been observing how Tian is the least likely to ship lightly. Could prove me wrong later.
Wow, interesting.
It looks like Tim Sand has improved, but three pair is not a thing. He's only improved the second part of his hand, and that's not going to be good enough by the river.
Yeah, Howard now will sense this. Probably go for value.
He fired very
Cheeky.
small when he'd missed. I'd like to see how big he fires this. 700.
700. And Tim looks him up real quick. Tim didn't realize he was counterfeited, I think.
He
Snap
may
called
have,
him, so.
otherwise he might have raised. He might have raised that if he had really thought he had two pair there.
I mean, he counted out that 700
Technically,
so confidently.
technically, he did have two pair.
This is true.
I see 9 seats, 8 players sitting down. Is somebody taking a walk? So we are eight-handed right now, and that's 8 times whatever they're paying for the stand-up game. Cat continues to be card dead.
Wow. I
I
mean,
like
you
how
also do.
nonchalantly. I'm sorry. I thought someone called with 9-4. I must be behind on the graphics. It was somebody else who nonchalantly called.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is you create your own card dead state, and Jae Zhu with the 10-7 oh in early position, definitely not card dead by his standards. Raises that one up, continues here with the C bet after absolutely missing this board.
Jing's gonna hang around with a gut shot and actually the better hand.
Middle pairs here, much better for Jing than it is for Jae Ju.
Jamie Drew has had the lead in this hand all throughout. Gonna fire that second bullet. Try to get that disc business done with.
And I mean, that didn't look confident at all. But Jing looking very sad since that last hand and hasn't really looked up from the table. Still thinking about that heartbreak from 93 that he had. His first love and the heartbreak that he had in the last hand. Man's going through it. You can see it.
I don't know, Rich. He may have been 2 years old in '93. The heartbreak would be being separated from his first milk bottle.
Well, I think that heartbreak was equally as bad as this last one. And oh my goodness, how did that
How has he
happen?
done this? How has he done that?
What? What
Yes, you
did
do
he?
make your own fortune.
What did he just shove all in on that board with that hand?
That, that was a man with a plan, my friend.
Wow. They say you need to know your opponent, and Ching absolutely mincing.
Gooey
Well,
opens for
good news is
600.
Gooey opens for 600, and good news is Tim's very happy, as you can see by his facial expressions. Really likes King Jack Go in the small blind. Go back to sleep, Tim. No problem. Raise and take it. Super easy. Gooey now. Thinking about that time he played a hand 2 years ago. He hasn't really played anything here. Instead, kind of wasting that suit, I'd like to say.
What's there on full display?
I mean, wearing that suit, you should be commanding a lot more authority. And there we go, sir. The time is now. Do it with the ace rag. 11. Big
He's dressed.
blind
He's
open.
dressed for business. He's gonna let them know he means business.
I
Welcome to the
mean,
pot, the tightest player on the table.
he hasn't opened yet, so kind of just balancing for all of the times he hasn't opened. And of course, Jamin Zhu, Jack 10-0, pretty much like aces to this man.
And he was the straddler, so he has the option. He takes a passive route. No, that's not. It was a three bet after all. Really good spot to do it. Hao Chan finally decided he wanted to play a hand, and this is what happens.
Yeah, good price here. We'll call. Might increase, actually.
Well, Jimmy Juice only got 7.6 behind.
Yeah. Oh,
And he shows them the nuts.
huh. Interesting decision there. How Tien swallowing hard now after seeing that.
Do you think there is a last longer bet between these two gentlemen as to who can keep the glasses on the longest?
I think so. They both look pretty comfortable, so interesting. And it's so interesting that he just folded there to that three bet when he called an open for 1.1k, and then the guy three bet very small, and he folded when he had to call another 1.5. I mean, I don't understand the reasoning.
I
How
think he was
Tien,
just looking at what it would cost him, and not really at other factors like the remaining amount he would have had to pay, and or the equity of his hand with all the dead money.
yeah. Oh boy. Well,
Oh
Ron,
yeah, congratulations! Yeah, Cat finally
you
found a
know
hand.
that saying, yeah, that good old saying that goes, "Wait for aces," and that's exactly what Cat's gone and done. So all in, Cat. You know what to do.
I've seen
He'll
this
call
go
you.
so wrong, where a man has waited 8 hours for aces only to watch them get cracked.
Cracked by pocket fours.
Ooh, He's gotten three bet by Ching and he's shipping.
What did I just say? All in.
Yeah, we're not four betting to any other amount.
Cat never even cracks a smile or a tooth. Just comes in, sticks it all in for 25k. Not even a glimpse of emotion on his face.
No attempted value there.
Oh, who's paying out?
Are we down to that? Yeah, somebody had. So
Somebody
Cat
paid
got those
out.
aces just in time then. He got them right on
Yeah,
time.
that's probably why I shipped it. Somebody's paying.
you might as
No, that's
you might as well ship seven deuce if that's the logic.
that's it.
I believe it
Suited
was
Superman.
Gooey. His Gooey would have had to pay that last one.
Must have been. I just didn't see the payment happen. I really want to know what the amount is.
Keep an eye out for that unless they're keeping track in their heads and paying out later.
Yeah, in the KTV. Interesting here, Cat. Not very active in terms of a three bet, except for the all in last hand. So
Well, he's coming off a
Superman.
four bet shove. Superman would love to see this flop. These are the kind of hands you want to do it with. Position be damned.
Ace deuce three, two clubs. Neither player with any clubs. C bet, Cat. Take it down.
So the mismatch in color of sleeves are either a fashion statement or a statement of the situation in the laundry room.
Well,
This seemed
hmm.
blue on one side and pink on the other.
It does seem awfully unironed.
I can't unsee it now. Well, it's either that or he just had to endure a mugging in the alley in the back, and just went straight up to the game afterwards.
That's it. Or he mugged somebody for that shirt.
All those scenarios make sense, and I think that last one is most plausible.
He is
Perhaps was
wearing
going
a
to show
t-shirt underneath.
he, he was going to show up in the t-shirt and then saw the gentleman in the beautiful jacket and decided, no, this t-shirt will not cut it. Let me go downstairs and hit someone up real quick.
There is a dress code in the casino after all. You can't be walking back to your hotel room to fetch a shirt, so may as well steal one quickly and then buy into a 25k cash game.
Well, he is wearing that shirt with the S on his chest underneath.
It's the right color for sure. Sure, it's the one Clark Kent wore.
All right, first in for Hao Chan. He didn't like this earlier, but first in is a different story. He almost got all the way through. Well, there's a monster of a flop. Superman gonna let Hao Chan value own himself. Smooth check and call. See if Hao Chan knows how to get his hand to showdown. He's gonna keep betting. Superman about to go into the phone booth now and come out swinging. No, I like that look of fake interest. See that a lot when a player is strong. Hao Chan gets to showdown at a fairly decent price, considering what he was up against.
Why did Superman not bet? Mm,
Must have been waiting for that jack.
mm,
I do think though his plan was to just induce that bet all the way through the end. Once he had not check raised the turn, it became awkward for him to just donk out on the river. If he had any opportunity to put more chips in the pot, it would have been on the turn.
interesting. Here we go, Howard. Ooh, how big stack now?
Got a monstrous stack of tens.
Jaming Jew.
Called a little too much.
10-8 offsuit used to be my favorite hand, so don't blame him here.
I have a very good friend who plays it every single time he's dealt it. And naturally, he only remembers when that turns out well and filters out every other memory of all the other times. It's a beautiful flop for 10-8.
That's it.
See, it's not the actual hand, it's the amount of confidence it gives you.
Exactly. It's the exact same thing as me favoring Ace King O over Ace King suited.
A lot of players like their birthdays as favorite hands if it should fall. May 7, they like to play 5-7. Feel like they deserve to win with it.
Well, mine is the 1st of November, so I'll take a set of aces.
I mean, it's that or ace jack.
I'll take the set of aces, thank you.
Gooey's really going for that takedown. But Ching has a king.
Ooh, Ching has a king. Gooey's got a two-e. A little bit of everything for everybody.
Well, if he liked 8 high, he's gonna like this turn.
And he was so excited he knocked his chip stack over.
You're gonna see some value betting on the river, 1200.
I mean, Gooey, what are you even doing in this hand with the ace, eight deuce? Oh,
I'm checking his position. It doesn't say BB, so he did open with it. If you watch people open with 7 deuce, then you gotta know 8 deuce is a better hand.
I mean, he's sitting with 60 bigs at a cash game, so I think he's just here for the fun.
That's one of the first things I do once I've entered a table is to take an orbit to mark everybody and figure out who's here for the fun and who's here to actually try to do well. But once I've made my mark, I just lean on that guy until he's no longer
100%.
having fun. Interesting sequence here. Open with King Jack, 3 bet with Ace Queen, and the amounts seem to be saying if that was a decent open and a decent 3 bet size and a decent fold. Good action. Rich, I'm not seeing if there are any straddles, so that could be a reason some of these opens are on the larger side. I did see a straddle earlier, but it's not always indicated on the graphic.
Yeah, I think only occasionally we see a straddle. I
Yeah, it's not
know.
automatic. I see one right now.
Yeah, Jamming Jew.
He has straddled. So
Yeah, but it's not
Gooey's first to
indicated.
act. Yeah, we'll have to keep an
But
eye
he
out for
straddled
it.
to what, 200?
Yeah, 200 was a straddle, and I see a flat call from Gooey and Superman. Yeah, so
So
that
that
does
may
explain
be
these
why.
12.
Yeah,
Yeah, it explains these $1,200 opens.
yes.
Nice 3 bet from Cat, who only plays the biggest hands. Boy, he must really have a tight image among these players because they fold to his 3 bets.
Yeah, they really do respect old Cat. And by his lack
Respect
of
his shirt.
emotions, respect his shirt and respect the fact that he doesn't seem to be flinching for any action. No straddle this round.
Instead, Gooey's going to open under the gun with Jack 4 suited.
I mean, why not if you
It's
only
11.
have
It's
47
1100
bigs?
anyway.
And that's an open. That's not a straddle.
That's an open.
There's no
No, but he has
straddle. That was an
positioned it.
open.
It's a strategic open to leverage the rest of his stack.
Wow. He just torched off. 1100.
He asked an $1,100 question.
Wow.
He's better off shoving in that spot because he is on pace to shell out another round of stand up penalties.
I mean, he's going to have to reload to shell out those penalties at this pace. Pocket sevens here for Superman. No straddle in the pot.
Opens for 800. How Chan didn't even try. Okay, we I got that wrong. I thought I saw the graphic say that he had folded. I would have been shocked, but yeah, he is trying. He's gonna set mine with a force. And Gooey, of course, very mindful of the shrinking stack in front of him. All right, he is mindful of it.
Wow. Wow.
Well, we got Howard in between. I think Superman already
No.
isolated him with a seven. Gooey's got the two overs. Let's see how he fares.
Oof.
Smashing it on the flop, but getting smashed by the middle card. Oh,
Oh, death by quads.
too
GG,
much.
Chewy.
Gooey went kablooey.
Oh, wow.
I think he's seen enough.
I mean, he looked at it long enough.
It would be good for him to leave his jacket for Superman to wear. He is getting a reload.
Oh, looks like two stacks.
Seems almost like an involuntary reload. Like he was on the way out and they just gave him chips to go sit back down.
Yeah, two stacks, 20K.
You see, a stack of the hundreds is 2K, 2468. Might be, of course, stacks of yellows are only worth 200.
True, actually.
Back to the action, folded to Hao Chan. He puts in a chip. I don't know if he announced raise. I guess he did, so it's a 1K raise.
Oh, gooey, 10K.
Yeah, I didn't see any red chips. If he had them, they would have been in front. Well, the good news is Gooey can now afford to pay the stand-up penalties.
That's the one positive.
I guess that's why they had to sit him back down. The guy that said, "You're not going anywhere. You don't get out that easy, my
Literally.
friend. These chips are on
Uh,
me.
yeah.
Sit down and
He's actually not allowed
finish
to
the
bet.
round."
Yeah, he's got to keep those chips only for the payout.
Just got to resolve things, you know.
Funny.
Oh, seriously though, when you run that stand-up game and somebody is busted out, is he obliged to resolve the round, or can he get out paying half the penalties?
No, I'm sure not. Got to fork it out.
a player could bust out and walk out and say, "I'm taking a walk," and then come back in 10 minutes to a new round of stand up and just dodge the penalty every ten
That's it.
minutes.
A7-4 here. Two spades. Couple of spades here in the whole cards.
Everyone's got one.
Let's see who bets at it here. Tim.
Tim bets out his middle pair.
Happy to see bet there. I'm sure Howard come along.
See, the thing I love about this game right now is normally I have a pretty good feel for what the players are going to do. Not in this game. It's a
No.
minuscule race for Howard.
Yeah. With a very weak ace. On a silhouette. I don't know.
Well, he kept the race small because he wanted to keep the value hands in it. See, now Tim's checking. I don't know if he's checking the call or checking to shove it.
Oh, wow. Howard checks now. Howard's going to go big now.
Pretty dangerous board at the end.
I guess so.
Yeah, I'm back from a bit of a mouse issue.
Oh. Physical mouse
Mouse
or
with an uh, yeah, that would be an issue as well, wouldn't it? The mouse issue in the room.
yeah, you never know. In
That
the
explains all the shriek in the background.
can
Had to handle Noel jumping on the bed.
imagine.
All right, Gooey, let's show them what we're really made of. Cat is playing this, I'd say, very rationally with his 3 BB open. I think of all the players, he's pretty much played the most standard fashion. Meanwhile, Superman
Yeah,
is
he
just
also
4-bet.
3x.
With 100 bigs, let's see if Gooey likes shipping it here.
Yeah, he's going all
Of
in.
course he does. There's no better feeling than shipping a big stack of tens. Superman's priced in, so Gooey's in great shape.
15k pot with eights and tens. Why not? Oh, ten's good so far.
What?
Oh, brutal river.
And there
Absolutely
he goes off
brutal.
again. Let's see if somebody stops him this time. He's walked off so fast. The chip runner had no time to react. He's gone, ladies and gentlemen. He is stormed out, exited stage right, and back so soon. All right,
Ah, he's
nothing but
paying
red
out.
chips this time. Looks like he's coloring down.
I think he's paying the stand-up game. Yep, that's exactly what he's doing.
All right, so it looks like he's paying at least. They gave him 4,000, so maybe 500 ahead.
Oh, he's
I think he
staying.
just he said by now they've just colored him down. He came back with 10 red chips, and they colored him down.
Ah,
I'm not even looking. I'm just shipping.
wow.
I mean, we're already two buy-ins in the hole. I like to see a man on fire like this in the cash game. Makes things very interesting.
A man for the carnage, are you, Ron?
It just serves my purpose as one of the players on this table because I tend to believe that a man on fire tends to set fire to the players next to him. Jack 9-9. Why stop now? Ching with a quick call. And how quickly 100 bigs evaporates if you barrel off. Let's see if Gui hit the brakes. He does. Little value bet from Ching. Takes it down. Yeah, I'm leaning towards believing that Cat does this for a living. He is playing this game in a manner that I would. He came in for 300 bigs, make sure he had everyone covered. He selected all his hands quite carefully. Would seem like he's a shark among the shark in the waters here. Howard's race with tens.
Uh-oh. Whoa.
Hmm. Yeah, he did not fold it. Graphic got ahead of itself there. Cat just flatted with ace queen. Playing it. Is he playing it out of position from the blinds? Interesting choice.
Straight for Howard.
Cat
Cats.
stands to lose the absolute minimum on this hand. He defended the blinds with ace queen like he would with 8-6.
Yeah, very,
Just a
very
flat.
strange.
He's got the sonar on. Is any other line would have cost him more. Of course, he opens with Jack 5. Comes in limping. Ooh. Round to Howard with the aces, who three bets a little over 4K. 3.5, 3.3. Similar stacks for both players. Ching is gonna see this flop a three bet pot. He's seeing it in position. 200 bigs behind. Howard trying to compose a bet. It's a little over 4,000. Very expensive float for Ching here. Show you one card and folds it. It shows them both. And Rich, even if I can read lips, I still can't make sense of this.
No, me neither. I was trying to see if I could sense something, but unable. But very light-hearted, that I can tell you. This table,
For
very
sure,
friendly.
for sure. There doesn't seem to be a hostile player among them. I don't mean hostile in a very unfriendly way, but I mean nobody seems to be, with exception of Cat. Everyone seems to be just hanging out. Cat looks like as close to meaning business as you can get at this table.
Yeah, Cat definitely questionable. Somewhere in between extremely angry and maybe half asleep. Five deuce suited, good enough for
Mixing
him
it
on
up.
the button.
See how he likes his gut shot. With an ace showing, he can bet this.
Yeah, good card for him to rep. The ace, that is. Actually goes for the overbet. 800 into 700. And Jiming Chu.
Well, if your hand improves, you normally want to bet again, but this time he might feel like he wants to take that five to showdown. Jimmy Shu, we'll see if he's checking to call. The cat has given up completely. I'm waiting to see Gooey take the glasses off, hang the jacket, roll up his sleeves, and get to work. He still seems jolly.
Yeah, he does seem like he's just arrived at work and not yet settled in. Got his hands dirty.
Computer is still booting up. Coffee is still brewing.
Already lost 20 grand.
You know, cards have no memory, and neither should poker players.
Agreed. Well, at least Superman can buy a new shirt now.
Or an iron.
Hell, he could buy
How
both.
about this? How about this frisky three bet from Ching? You could be right. They might have a seven deuce side bet going because he's three bet with a seven deuce suited, but he's three betting the wildest man on the table.
Yeah, he's. Whoa, what happened there?
Yeah, I believe suddenly Cat is taking this down with a four bet.
With the
Interesting,
A6.
interesting
What?
spider senses on this man.
Wow. I'm lost for words, I must say.
I'm really
Either
beginning
cat
to
has been.
suspect that. Yeah, I think when they interviewed for spots on this table, Cat must have severely underrepresented his poker experience because he's picking up the spots really well.
Yeah, I sense a little bit of swindling going on here. And I'm not talking about
Yeah,
the Tinder swindler.
seems to be more than a cut above their caliber.
Wow. Offsuit queen here, Jamin Jew, loves them. I mean, you've already posted the small blind GUI. May as well just call the bet.
He's done well on the flop.
I mean, that was his exact intention, I'm sure. So,
He hasn't raked in a pot in a while. This might be an unfamiliar feeling to him, but a welcome one. And he's opted for the check raise. All right, Tim has limped in with a suited king from the early position, and Jimmy Sue has an offsuit ace jack. Gonna pop it for sure. Just a question of how many red chips he wants to use. Two of them, from 200 to 2,000.
wow.
Could be leveraging the entire stack of Tim as he's only sitting on 7.2. That's one reason to overbet there.
I mean, Tim didn't even look at the size of the bet. He just looked at his cards and folded.
I like to make a note of which players are limping to call and which players are limping to fold. But when you pop their limp to 10x, I don't really get the information I'm looking for. Well, they're giving Cat the best hands. Tim has once again opened with a limp. Cat has raised a sane amount. And now we might have ourselves a multi-way pot. This might go 5 ways, as Tim can close the
Hmm.
betting and set mine in peace. Couple of aces in play, leaving only two in the deck. So Cat needs only dodge two aces and a couple of threes, or all the fours that might come
Oh,
out.
how Tien
The least,
connecting
it's the
well.
least likely. The least likely hand is now far ahead,
And
and Cat is not going to see this coming the way it's checked through. Now he might. There's cost to slow down. The threes are completely
Ching
counterfeited.
Ching drawing dead. Gonna bet
Well,
at
he
it.
does make a decent play. He makes a decent play here with his ace high kicker. Figures to have the best miss of the lot. Cat's going to come along with his higher two pair. And how Chan is being smooth here.
Wow.
Well, he's just made for himself a slightly better full house. Chin can't still think this is worth betting, but there you
I mean,
go.
Ching has to bet to win, but unfortunately for him, Hao Tien strong as a house.
As soon as
Just
literally as
call.
strong as a house. Guess he
What?
wasn't in the mood to lose to a seven.
I mean, I mean,
Quite cautious
okay.
there.
Yeah.
But from what we've seen, Hao Chan has been playing very carefully, albeit passively. So that call seemed quite to be in character there.
Mm,
But playing the 9-4, not so much in character.
definitely not.
Cat is sitting there like he didn't even have kings busted. I mean, like nothing phases him.
Really doesn't.
Just another day at the office pretending to be a casual player. Once again, we are covering a 5100 cash game with a stand up game on the side from the Reddragon Poker Room. And this is from Korea.
Jaming Ju going for the passive approach here. Very, very strange indeed. But Gui, not shy of action. 2K quickly fired into 3.2. And Gui all in. Somebody tell Jamin Ju he can just call and not move all of his chips in.
Not a bad pot for King High. Yeah, it's getting into that winning habit. Bit of traction for Gooey. And he's gonna. Oh, he folded. Did he really fold? King 7 suited.
Yeah, interesting.
Has he has he learned nothing about the nature of randomness?
He only plays premiums. Offsuit 10 F5, offsuit Jack 6. Those are premiums to
It's
Gui.
perfect. It does make perfect sense. You should play cards that can make two sorts of flushes and two sorts of straights.
Exactly. Two straights are better than one straight.
Gotta give yourself all the chances.
That's it, man. It's a percentage game.
Somehow Tim is hanging on to 37 big blinds, and I didn't even notice till now.
Yeah, I don't know what Tim is really doing. He's just wasting time at this point. Down 26K. Maybe just in a little bit of shell shock.
Somebody needs to tell him that the yellow chips are not worth 10K.
Maybe that's the confusion.
See if we can get a gander at his stack as we move around the table. Superman from the +2 will open ace 9 off.
But he folded it 3 or 4 hands ago. From +2 or +1. Can't remember.
Cat is called from the blind with sevens. I didn't even see Tim. Maybe he's taking a walk.
That is true. I didn't see him at the table now. Have a look.
Goes check, check. Both gentlemen have middle pair. Cat has the worst of it. It's a bet and a fold, but Superman shows anyway. New deal, no straddle in this one. Superman gonna open again. He's found his standard, Rich. 800. 600 this time,
Six
my bad.
hundred, but he was going 800. So I wonder what sparked the change up.
Three-way flop, king seven deuce. Couple of hearts. Nobody has a draw. The Superman C bet with a middle pair.
Mm, looks like it.
Did he throw in 50 for good measure? $50 for good measure. If you don't like 900, I give it to you for 850.
Hmm.
Very nice of him to give the yellow chip some action. They were getting lonely just standing there. Oh, hello. He turns a set, which brings with it a heart. Interesting turn card.
Is it a nine? It looked like an eight.
Well, it says the 8 has been folded already. So I'm going to go with the graphics on this one.
Okay.
And Superman does look like a man who likes the turn. $2,700. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. No longer including small chips in the bet, which you can file away as a tell for future
Wow.
reference. Now, the man with the nut flush is going for the whole thing. Nut flush draw. Better check that 8. Oh, is this going to work, Rich? Is it going to work on
Oh,
Superman, who has a set?
I mean, Superman. Wow, he's got to call it here. It's a six spot.
You know, these situations, even if King Ching turns up his hand and shows a made flush, he would still have to think about calling just because there are 10 outs.
Yep.
16.5. He's being asked to call 10,000. A little bit of a dent in his stack.
Call.
Makes the call. Ching pointing at his ace of hearts as if to say, you would have done the same.
Hmm. Oi.
Yeah, let's give
Nine's
Ching the
good
nut
for
flush on the
Superman.
turn. It wouldn't have changed anything.
Yeah. Ching down. Chunks now, after being up for quite a while, so tough spot for him. Needs to reload.
Superman takes another one down. I think at this point they should be would do good to color up some of those yellow stacks as they are hardly ever in play. They do only play in the small blind, but these gentlemen have solved that problem by always calling the small blind.
I mean, it's an easy way to solve that problem, that's for sure.
Yeah, I believe Tim would have been on that empty seat next to Cat. Cat has raced yet again. 300. Attempting to small ball this table.
Yeah, Cat seems to like the 300 open.
Well, he seems to be doing that strategy I suggested earlier of trying to impose his size onto the table, but that hasn't worked with this cast of characters, as Jimmy Shu says. Nope, you didn't get the memo. It's 700 or higher, sir.
Oh,
We got ourselves a really cagey character.
ballsy
I
move.
love this. I love this. He's just sent a
Nice.
message. He has sent a strong message there. 300 doesn't mean what you think it means. I'm telling you, this man is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't let that shirt fool you for a second.
I used to go to cash games, especially in new places where I wasn't familiar. I used to always go looking like gooey. Had my jacket on, looking like I just came from a convention. That only works for a couple of days, and then they figure it out. Now Chan with the open, trying his luck at the 300.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, Gooey, just gonna come with the flat.
Got shot in two overs for Hao Qian, as well as initiative. Job done.
Bet fold. Easy, easy.
I think this might be Tim in the white shirt because that stack
Yeah, it
look is
is.
looking like it's about 3,600.
Yep, that's exactly what it
There we
is.
go. We have found our short stack. He has been on his phone a lot. Maybe he has somewhere to be, and is just being nice enough to finish off the rest of the stack.
Busy guy.
Howard for 800, and Zhu Su is in a speculative mood.
Yeah, coming along here on the cutoff. Ace 10-10 here. Howard finding top pair. Two pair with the tens. Jamming to thing.
I don't mind that first check. In fact, I wouldn't mind another check from Howard, but this time he opts to bet, and Shu has found a hand he can take another card with. I mean, Rich, if you play 4-3 and you pair your 4 or your 3, technically you got what you wanted.
I mean, technically, what else did you want? Unless you were hoping to get some trips.
So he got what he wanted, and let's see if he. Yeah, he did get what he wanted. Makes that call. I like how he
Snake
doesn't put the
call.
full amount in. Yeah, he doesn't put the full amount in, almost like a one chip call, as if he knew he was gonna
Thinks
win
he's
it.
right.
I make that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I make that one chip call. You know what I'm saying? I make that one chip call because I feel like don't bother. I'm taking the pot. So he does it with a
Funny.
bottom pair. Like, yeah, here's your call. Don't even bother counting it.
Overconfident for sure.
Very confident. I mean, I hit my pair. What could go wrong? The Superman is flying
Fa-
away with this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's closing it at
39.5K.
500. About 20 of those from GUI.
Yeah. Two separate bullets.
I haven't even tracked where Tim's chips went. I got a little bit left, a little bit right.
Yeah, he's been spreading them out around the table. Very fair and friendly guy.
Round of beers for everyone.
That's it. It's all in good fun.
Jimmy Shu has reloaded, looks like 8K chips. Or they look like a slightly different color, are they? Oh, they don't get to play this round. Yeah, they look like they could be 5K chips because they seem to have a yellow spine. Unless that's a trick of the light.
Maybe just trick of the light, I want to say.
Yeah, he has kept them separate. Yeah, and he's coloring them down for 5 of those 1K chips. They are worth 5K apiece. Pretty confusing color scheme to have the consecutive chip denominations be pretty much the same color. I like to have
Hmm.
them drastically different. So yeah, red with a white
Likewise.
trim is 1K. Yeah, yeah, black would have worked. Well, let's catch up here. Cat had raised 300, and this time just getting a slew of callers. Tim should be coming along with a AC Deucey suited. He's actually decided to 3 bet, and looks like he's reloaded because it says he's got 21.4K behind. Did not see that happen. There it is.
Yeah, definitely freshly reloaded.
So a couple of suited aces are going to this flop. Flop favors Tim. He gets his colors. It's a 3 bet pot. And how you respond to C bets on the 3 bet pots are very telling. Texture is too awful to continue for Jimmy Shu, so Tim is back in this game. All right, I see now he has 15K in those red chips with the yellow trim. Perhaps he canceled his plans for the evening.
Yeah, Cat looks like he's late for something. Not too interested in what's going on here, that's for sure.
Jimmy Shu's gonna raise, but Gui looks like he has happy feet. You
Hmm.
can see him picking up red chips there. Yeah, you could tell he was gonna do
Oh,
that. He was jumping on his seat before it was action was even on him. And now we see why. This three bet an amount that's should keep the razor in the hand. Cat just folded ace queen. Didn't even.
hmm. Strange.
Looks like things are looking up for Gui. But that's a good flop for Jimmy Shu. He checks his hand to make sure he's got the draw.
Half
Got to
pot.
call two. He's got to call 2,000. The implied odds about 14. He looks like he wants to ship it in right now. I think he's already
Yep,
announced it.
all
And
in.
I like this play. It's the superior play, given Gui's stack size. There you go. Ah, he looked so happy 2 minutes ago. It's either you got me or what the heck. Oh, shows him the draw. Rubbing a little salt.
Yeah, I don't know about the shove there because he's just unblocking all the flush draws. So, could have gone two ways.
Guess he figures he didn't want to call and miss.
This is true.
Gui can't wait to get back in the action. This time limping in queen deuce suited. Ching has popped in a raise. Tim's got the ammunition to join the war. paired flop. Tim exercises the right to a float bet, but wakes up to a check raise. Wow, very interesting poker play by both. Both of them trying to turn nothing into something, and Ching is successful. Even shows his hand. It's a shame we're not Mike. Superman seems awfully chatty, as are most of the
Yeah,
other players.
I would love to have some table sounds going. Gooey and
Some
Jamin Chu,
actions.
yeah, loving the action. Superman folding the ace three suited. Interesting. Thought he would have gone for it.
Ching mixing it up. This time for 500. Tim gonna come along with suited Queen Jack in position. And Ji Ming Su gonna get dragged into this with a naked 6-9. There's something for everyone here, Rich.
Let's see how this one does play out. King Jack 9.
You've got your pot size continuation bet, and the middle pair is coming along. Bottom pair is out. Changes the texture a bit. Ching has abandoned his barreling plans. And no river bet. Tim will take down a 5K pot. But what a difference reloading makes, as Tim has won his share of pots since he added to his stack. Folded around quite quickly to the small blind. Blind versus blind. Glasses versus glasses.
They actually look like two characters from that movie, The Kingsman.
Now, which one of them is the mentor?
Hmm. Gotta be Gooey.
Gooey has that mentor look, training
Yeah.
the younger fella
Yeah, the
to
cocky
use a
younger
comb
fella
and hair gel.
pretending to.
Yeah,
Yeah. Exactly that.
let me introduce you to some tools of the trade. almost took this down, but Ching came along for the ride with a cold call of a three bet, and he's going to regret it. Gooey hit this too hard, so he's checking. Wow,
Ooh.
just like that. Just
All,
put him all in like that. Welcome
oh,
to his with open arms. Wow.
Gooey so happy.
I mean, what did he
Ran
shove?
around a
Oh,
king.
because of the short stack. Yeah. No, Ching, no, he's drawing pretty dead
He's drawing
right now.
dead,
He's
yeah.
looking at a full bar. Yeah. I guess he was looking at the 5K stack Gooey had behind and
Yeah,
thought he could push him out. Oh, what a spot where you wish you could have topped up to 30.
that's it. Gooey only topping up with 5k we saw in the last rebuy, so definitely doing himself an injustice there.
Well, he's not too far down now if he's only playing about 25K.
Yeah, only 10 grand in the hole now. Gooey managed to claw it back there.
My personal psychological threshold is when the chips in front of me is less than half what I'm playing. I need to top up.
Agreed. Aces.
Ouch. Yeah, Outchan's playing this real sneaky.
I'm sure because of the straddle. Seems like the straddle is on.
So Howard is raced at the 1200. Superman, not sure if he came along. So we catch up with the action. It's 1K to call for Hao Chan. What he needs to think about is how do I get all 24K in on or before the turn? He's 3 bet 4.2. Quick call by Howard, so he's well on the way. Pot is 8.8, got 20 behind. Nice flop, actually. It is the flop that changes nothing.
Yeah, Howard needs what? King 10.
Another, another jack, actually, would be good enough.
No. Wow, he's got a house. No, he's. Ooh.
He just only another jack can save him. But I think he feels all right with his ace queen high here. And Hao Chan's keeping the bet small. Now he pops a 5K one. This one is ripe for a river shove. Come on, one outer. And it's a one outer to chop. Hao Chan wasted no time there. No Hollywooding. Howard's losing to pocket twos right now. That's it. My
Howard gonna
friend
look him
used to
up.
say, yeah, my friend used to say all the time, think long, think wrong. And
That's
that's
it.
what Howard did. He's convinced himself. Wow, maximum payout for the aces. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Especially on such a mono flop.
He gets action a lot of time on that flop, but to get in two more bets, especially that 12K at the end, that's a blessing to get called there.
This is true.
don't think the dealer was obliged to table the ace queen, is she? But she tabled it anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, the dealer's a he. Yeah, but he tabled it. Rich, Noel and I have noticed a bit of a different standard in some of the games being run. We know that when there's an all-in situation, the dealer normally puts that all-in triangle on the player who is at risk. But we've seen in other games that they put it on the player that moved in, and not necessarily the player who's at risk. Have you seen this done that way?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it done where they give triangles to both players who are all in, or all three players who are all in. But I've never seen it just to say the first person, the initiator.
Yeah, we saw that first time a couple of days ago. I do see
That
that
is
in
interesting.
tourneys, with so many tables, you can't give every table three all-in buttons. So they've
Yeah,
taken to just putting it on the player at risk.
I know in Poker Dream they definitely give two sometimes, like in the events that uh, we do watch. WPT, not entirely sure.
Well, somehow 9-5 of diamonds is all in pre-flop.
Wow, and somehow it's ahead on the flop. How did
I guess
Howard
it
get
was
it all
Howard
in
letting.
here?
Well, it's letting off a bit of steam. I mean, if I'm calling 12K on a river bet with ace high, I might as well shove 9 high pre-flop, and that works out for him.
Wow. Well, well, I'm not really sure what to
Bit of
say.
well, he's shaking it loose. Whatever it was he needed to shake off. That's one way to do it.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's an A for effort.
I believe he's topped up as well. I see at least 40K in front of him in red chips. Might even be so he might be sitting on 50, close to 60 now.
Yeah, seems like he's ready now, maybe just warming up in the earlier stages of this broadcast. But Howard, ready for business.
It's the biggest hit Cat has taken, and now
Yeah,
he's
it's
raising with a
18K.
mystery hand. Oh, there we go. Bit of acting out of turn there. Ching very eager to get in the pot. Now Superman can just announce 3-bet if he wants. He chooses to fold. So now it would be Cat in the lead of the betting. Two pair for the small blind. Quick check with a fist. Cat continues for a manageable size, something he can get away from. Tim's only got a gut shot. Show one, show all, sir. Howard has taken the chip lead by virtue of purchase. We can see that in the winnings, it is still Superman ahead of the pack. Now Chen close behind after getting his aces paid in full.
Yeah, always a nice result with the aces. Cat taking a big knock, down 13k. Last few hands, definitely not too happy about it, as you can see. Jamming Chu now. Queen Jack suited. We'll get it off and underway here. 500. And Big Pimp and Gooey looking down at the ladies. Definitely a nice sight to see Jamin Ju involved with you being in position. It's 1.7k. He decides on. Looks like Superman's going to try something here. Is holding that king. Is holding that raggedy
He looks
kicker,
like
which is.
he,
Yeah,
he didn't look like he was considering a move. But if he's been paying attention at all, you don't want to do any moves with Jiming Shu and Gui, especially not pre-flop. They're very sticky.
absolutely.
Chin comes along with his suited Queen 10, but he four bets it. Music to the ears of Gui and Jiming Shu, sizing the stack behind when he should be looking to the left. Of course, three words are playing over and over in Jiming Shu's head, and the three words are, but they're suited.
You know
And
what?
those
I'm just
cards
going
are
to
made
put
of
it out there.
Velcro.
I see Jamin Chu shipping it here.
He does seem to have that kind of intention. No regard for three bets and four bets. Looks like you called it, Rich. Yep, he's definitely made it to a size where Gooey's hand. What? Wait a minute. No, he did not
What?
fold. Rich,
What?
tell me he didn't fold. It was a 5 bet to 18K, and Gooey got out with the best hand. Jimmy Shu is looking like a genius right now.
Wow. And
In a
folding to
game
Jimming
where 9
Chu.
5 of diamonds. Wow, credit to him. Go ahead, Rich. I'm shocked.
Wow. I really don't understand it there. Jamin Chu having one of the widest ranges here, so I'd be snap all in there with the ladies.
Speechless as a mime at a funeral, I am.
Yeah.
And that was the spot to get in more than even.
And Ching gonna
He
make
was
the
sitting.
call.
He's gonna just stick the whole thing in. I
Oh
mean, why
my
is he leaving six
goodness.
behind? This this went from courageous to ludicrous really fast. Well, he hasn't done it yet. Bit of a pump fake. What a play by Jiming Shu. Reluctantly folds. Oh, I feel so pained for Gooey. He's not gonna want to watch this.
Wow. Insane.
All the queens. I guess he was thinking, with all the queens already dealt out, my hand is capped.
Maybe. Maybe he was just thinking, outs versus an ace or a king if an ace or a king comes on the flop. But versus his opponent, I do feel like he has to go for it in that spot.
Versus that particular opponent, I agree.
Yeah.
Perhaps he was sitting on more than 10K for the first time in an hour, and he figured he'd like to enjoy that feeling for a while. We move on. Jimmy Shoe's got the nuts again. So Howard opened with a limp. Jimmy Shoe pops it. Superman comes to set mine and action to Ching, who yet again has a suited hand. He's literally walking away from his hand.
What?
So down to the Queen Jack offsuit in position against Superman's ducks.
Superman. Gonna bet at this one now. Just protect those deuces. Jamming Chew. Happy to call
Inter-
with two overcards.
interesting choice. I was trying to say interesting choice to donk bet uh, rather than check and call or check and raise. Personally, I like to raise any donk bet when I'm the raiser. When I see it, 95% of the time, it is what it looks like, which is a test bet.
I am under the same thought pattern as you there.
Plus, raising on that flop against a donk bet usually costs less anyway than calling two barrels.
Exactly.
I've asked several players about whether or not, under what situation they would ever donk bet the flop like that, like the one we just saw. That isn't a test bet. And I've received a response. Basically, the general response is that there are situations that they do it, but they could never describe to me the situation.
Yeah.
So it's still a bit of a mystery to me. It's just I get that generic response like, yeah, yeah, if the situation is correct, I will do it. I've never received a description.
Funny.
Perhaps if I get a read, rarely, if I get a convincing read that the man is sitting on a big hand like aces, maybe in a three bet pot, I might dog bet a set.
Yeah, I think bottom set, middle set, always good as a donk bet.
Seeing a flop that like 3-5-7 with a bottom set, I've got to be sure he's got the overpair.
Yep. Only one way to find out as well.
If we go to fresh deal, I think we have resolved a stand-up game. There seems to be no more discs. Yet again, not sure who paid that last round. Might have been Gooey. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was
Superman
gooey.
I mean, if only to not pay that set of discs. He should have shipped the queens. Raise, re-raise. No shortage of stones on this table.
No, that's for sure. Interesting now, Superman with the jacks. Let's see how he plays this. He's quite a passive player,
Yes,
doesn't really like full bidding.
he was only four betting early when people were 100 bigs deep or less. Now he's 500 bigs against 230 bigs. Flatting this one out of position, and this is the kind of flop that gets middle pairs in trouble, middle over pairs. He's not buying this pot for 1,000. He thinks he's value betting. It's 3K actually. He chucked in a 5K chip and announced 3K. If Superman lives with monsters under the bed, he could convince himself he's facing queens or better. Turns a bit of an action killer.
Hmm.
And the river kills the rest of the action. Now it's down to who wants to shove first. Potentially an anticlimactic end here. There you go, check, check.
Chop it up.
Believe they might be speculating as to how the action might have gone had the river been a brick.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, as they always say. Reminder, all of this live cash game action brought to you from the Red Dragon Poker Room. So if you are in the area, stop by, jump in with these big boys and play some high stakes cash. Ought to be quite some fun judging by what we're seeing here on the screen.
See, if I'm watching this and I'm in the area, I wouldn't be watching it for very long. I would be on the way.
Likewise.
Tim has raised to 300 with 8-3 offsuit.
Wow.
Cat has called a speculative hand. Howard's come along. Screws coming loose. Not sure what Gooey
Gooey's
came
in
in
there.
with, but he's in. Now we see it. Queen 10, now the ace 4. Okay, there wasn't a race with a3 offsuit. Perhaps it was Gooey after all who'd raced with Queen 10.
Hmm.
Oh, he's taken one down. think a bit of a quick fold for Cat, who decided to play 9-7 and essentially folded to one bet.
Yeah, cat. Interesting.
So Cat's raised 500 from the hijack with pocket threes, and Ching is a three betting machine. But it was a good squeeze opportunity, albeit a predictable one from being the straddler. Uh, Decent opportunity nonetheless, seeing a raise and a call in front of him. But he didn't get the memo. These moves don't work against Jiming Shu.
Mhm. Not at all.
And now he's first to act in a three bet pot. That's 2.8K. No shortage of creativity from this player. Let's see what masterpiece he can come up with here with 7 high. He's taken out his easel. Not this time. Well, Superman's been pretty behaved. If I had to award a superstar of the night, Jimmy Shu's in the running. Cat with a suited ace raises to 300. He wants it his way, trying to small ball the table. Howard has raised to 1200. Cat has folded that one quite easily. Gonna need to rethink his strategy as his small ball attempts have been run over. As the table is liberally three betting, I would suggest he figures out their comfort zone in terms of the three betting amount and just open for slightly less than that. So if they want a three bet 12, 1500, he can open for 8 and see what happens. Fold around to the hijack where Jimmy Shu's sitting on yet another unsuited connector. Got quite the big stack in front of him now, 400 bigs. Well, he's going to see action. Ching has been a three bet machine with less than queens. Now that he has queens, he just threw in, looks like 3,500, going over the top of Jimmy Shu's 1,100. Tim has a quandary here. He hasn't acted yet. Action to him has been raised and re-raised. He's sitting on ace queen off. His stack is too big to shove. See if the gap concept applies to him. Wisely lays that down. And I guess it will depend on the whims of Jimmy Shu is if he's feeling this hand, and he's feeling it. See if he can crack a big hand with this connector. Ching will be acting first after the flop. Flop comes 10-3-7, so Jimmy Shu's got a piece of it. That should keep him in the hand. Ching's got the pocket queens, or should I say the pocket tweens. We'll see if a pattern emerges here. He's chucked the 5K chip as a c-bet 3 times now. This time it's for 4.5K, and Jimmy Shu's going to float with a middle pair. Pot's now 16.3. It's getting down to where Ching can look for a spot to ship it. It's now a jack-high board. The 9 outs include the 2 pair outs and the straight outs for Jimmy Shu. Bet 7K.
Interesting
Really hoping to
sizing.
get raised here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just he couldn't go for the over bet, but you definitely want it in on this street. Either he wants to get raised here or just get a crying call in the river when he makes a bet that's about a third of the pot. Bold attempt, good result, and Ching consistently shows his cards for balance. Got ourselves a dealer change. It's a beautiful looking room. The Reddragon poker room in the Landing Casino.
Yeah, it really is decor matching the theme all through the casino into the poker rooms and just adds to this super elegant feel that Reddragon have put on here.
They really know how to make a room look beautiful. They first opened in Manila. It was instantly the prettiest room in town.
Oh, yeah? I believe it.
So it's folded around to Ching on the button, and he opens, and we'll get a defender of the blinds, and maybe even 2 of them, as Tim has a solid hand. Ching has been on the giving side of a lot of 3 bets. Now he's on the receiving end of it and responds with a call. Gonna see a flop. Heads up.
Six deuce deuce. Nice stop for Tim.
Could safely check and snap up a C bet here. Ching doesn't oblige. Wow, Tim is really looking for that check raise. It whiffed the first
Yeah,
time. He's got it now.
yeah, it's coming.
It was just checking and flatting then. Very interesting. Well, he gets punished for keeping the pot small, or he gets rewarded because he will lose the minimum. Can't really blame Tim here. Even if he had popped the turn, Ching was going to see that river. Now it's not the time for that check raise, sir. It's still worth a crying call, I guess. Yep, he makes a call. There's a whole range of hands that don't have jacks and twos in them, but this isn't one of them. Runner, runner is a bummer. Just now noticed that flashing lights on the rail.
Yeah, I've been seeing that for a while. I didn't know if it was last couple of rounds of play or what.
Used to play on a table where the flashing light was conditional on the section of the table where the action was. I haven't seen it since. Must have been like close to 10 years ago somebody tried that. I guess it was a pain to maintain, but it was
I
pretty
can
cool for,
imagine.
for TV tables. It's popped to the 400, and now Tim has a chip sandwich to make. Better take off your white shirts. This is going to get bloody.
Absolutely. Full bet by the ladies here. And the ace king all in.
5 bet shove and
Snap
a call.
call.
Going to be a race between the ladies and the suited ace king. Not your favorite ace king. King on the window. And one club to come with it. It's all looking good for Tim now. Cat has left, exited stage left. You saw right there. Quickly. Pot not even awarded. And he's out the door and back with what I expect to be a handful of red chips, maybe even yellow ones.
Looks like it.
They don't have to travel far to get those chips. It just seems like they just take them out of an open shelf with the speed that they get them.
Yeah, they really do.
It's just on a bookshelf or a tabletop, and they go get it themselves too.
They literally do.
Where are the chip runners when you need them? I guess they're manning the cameras.
That's it.
So Cat is still standing up. I expect grabbing more chips or ordering dinner. He had Tim covered,
Mm,
so he does have
mm.
some left. Looks like, I don't know, 1500 with about 100 worth of the yellow chips. Have a look at the Kingsmen right here.
The duo.
Jimmy Shu takes a break. Gooey finds a hand. Sitting on 16K. He's been sitting on it for quite a while. He was on fire for a bit, but he's iced down since.
Definitely. And now looking at the snowmen, so we'll be icing down a little bit more, but hoping for some fire on the turn. Excuse me, on the flop. Of course, on the turn too. Always welcome.
Let's see, it could be a profit there. Maybe the fire does come on the turn, but here's the flop for now. Yeah, an 8 on the turn would be fire because it makes a straight for Ching. And this guy's open ender against the 8s. The 8's still looking good. It's checking through quite fast. Nobody assessing their equity. Okay, Ching has finally bet 600 as his hand has improved. And it's been checked twice to him. So that works out.
And Tim been texting this entire time he's been at this table, so one would just like to know what exactly he's talking about.
I like to be the optimist and think that he's just making notes on his phone, jotting down all the tendencies and the showdowns that he's seen.
Sounds very likely to me.
Got a whole section called Hands to Discuss Later. Seems we have a new player at the table.
Steve O'Dwyer. Wow, wow, wee
Oh my
wow.
goodness. Wow. Look who found his way to the table.
This will be good.
This man is a menace. Just a couple of days ago, watched him win a big one. I had lost it at the very end to a lady at the super high roller, but he was really impressive, making pots out of nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure he
But this
will
is
carry on with the good form here.
this is almost unfair. I like how they call him Stephen in the graphics, just to make him a bit less
Mm-mm.
menacing.
Yeah.
It has been a race and re-race, and Ching has come along bit out of position with a suited Jack 8, 4, 7, 6. He's got a gut shot and running outs. The ace 9 is still ahead. Lightning quick check call.
Yeah. No time to wait there at all.
Never seen how Chan fires second barrel yet, and that continues to be true. Chin can take this away if he wants to, and he's going to take a shot at it. How Chan being pressed to call with ace high. This is the right target for that play.
And Tim's gone off somewhere. Not exactly sure.
Yeah, now Cat is back, and what it looks like to me is as soon as he lost that showdown, he went to get some backup, and in comes Steve
Mm.
O'Dwyer.
Uh, Steve Edward just buying in for the min.
To feel it out a bit. Like to hear this discussion. Maybe they're asking him, "What are you doing here, sir?" Saying it's only
I,
10K, gents.
I think it's also the Squid Game. I mean, the stand-up game.
All right, making sure he understands.
Yeah.
Now, if you come in the middle of this unresolved round, you are exempt from it? Is that correct? For that,
I'm not sure.
I mean, because it would be quite
Surely.
bad timing to come in when only two players are left, and you become
I
one
think
of the
so.
three who needs suddenly now needs to win a pot. So you should be in for the next round. Meanwhile, we've got a raise. Cat has come back and reloaded, I expect. See, that's a baller reload. Goes all the way to 50K. Tops up to 50K. So he definitely is here to hurt somebody. I mean, he's playing it like an online player would.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I only say that because I just keep thinking that the name he gave the producers is actually his online nickname with a
I think so too.
complete
Cat.
with the numbers and everything, right? It's got the
Yes,
numbers,
has to be.
which is either his birthday or his pin for everything.
If his pin for everything, get me close to him right now.
Yeah, 2018. Can't be his birth year.
No,
Let me guess. Anniversary year, graduation year.
I think
Something happened
graduation.
in 2018. The year he started playing online. Also plausible.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Makes sense. All right, so Gooey's back in the game. Found a hand to race with. Ching has resisted. Gooey's ahead. I think
Second
Gooey is
heart.
in need of that disc. He needs that disc. Ching's gonna try to take this away. He's drawing. Don't think Gooey can fold to 1.3K, and he does need that disc. Lovely check raise with a nut flush draw. to go with his top pair. Of course, it's only a nut flush draw if he's going to see two more cards. So I guess it's just an ace blocker. You might want to take a peek at his queen again. I mean, it's a move I like to make when there's a third heart, but with two hearts, not quite as threatening.
Yeah, I agree here. I think Gooey, little out of line. Ching, we'll look him up here, holding that flush draw.
Well, then he's committed to shoving when that third card comes. It's quite the safe card. Can't really get anything out of Ching unless Gooey checks and Ching improvises. Quite awkward to check coming off a check raise, though.
Absolutely. Always a little bit difficult to maneuver.
A smaller bet on the river, begging to get called. Ching really doesn't have room to raise him out of the pot. He only has 6,000 behind. Nice spot for Gooey. I think he might be much closer to being back to even.
Yeah, definitely managing to claw his way nicely back to similar starting stack after taking quite a tumble in those earlier rounds of play.
Now Chen will be first to act. He's in dire need of a stand-up disc, and he will see that his hand smells like a foot. Throws it away. So they're not even dealing Steve at all. I guess that's how long he has to wait.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Ah, for
Yeah, it's
the
not.
it's for the game.
Yeah, it's for the
Yeah.
stand-up game. It's not even just waiting for the big blind. He needs the whole thing to resolve,
Yep.
which is, I don't mind. It's kind of like free study time. Gets to
I
feel the
guess.
table
Yeah.
without spending anything.
This is very true.
So Cat has adjusted his opening size to 600 now. Oh, that was a flop bet. I'm behind. That was his bet on the flop. Jimmy Shu has now taken the lead, and the cat is out of the bag.
Mhm.
So I believe the stand-up game has resolved, and Hao Chan would be the man paying the penalty.
There we
And
go.
Steve
Yeah.
O'Dwyer should be dealt in now.
Perfect.
Well, I still see a disc in front of Tim, so maybe not the case. Let's see if they deal Steven. He just asked to change a plaque. Normally, plaque is what's 100K in my country where the currency is much
Yeah,
smaller. That might be a 10K. It might be a 10K plaque.
yeah, I'm sure not 100.
Right. So he's dealt in.
Yeah, he's ready.
Jimmy Shu obliges with an open, very small one this time with the offsuit King 7. Can make two flushes and two straights. Three bet and done for Gooey. I would say Steve O'Dwyer almost has the best seat at the table. If he could swap positions with Cat, that would be a better seat. Still pretty good as long as he's sitting to the left of Jimin Shu.
Absolutely. That's of the most importance.
I might have it wrong though. Jimin Shu might be on his right. We're gonna need a long shot of the table to confirm this. Superman had opened this. Got three bet by Ching on the button. They're deep enough to play three bet pots and even go into four bet wars. Superman has behaved, and as you said, he's been passive. He's going to, yeah, he's going to four bet. There we go.
I like it.
I mean, he has been quiet for a while, so coming alive like this is quite alarming.
Good time. Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Ching has done nothing but three bet pre-flop, and so his range is kind of shot. Superman shows him the king five this time.
Quite proud, it seems.
Yeah, when you think about it, he had to fold for an hour to set that up. So we see that Cat is now the biggest donor. He's down 30K, which is not what you'd expect from one of the tighter players at the table, but he has an added share of showdown wins.
No, that's exactly right.
Okay, so I take it back. Steve O'Dwyer does not have a good seat. Now that I see the long shot,
Yeah, maybe Bit of a dangerous spot, actually.
I mean, when he has the button, well, Howard hasn't really been loosely defending. Oh, back to the action then at hand. We have somehow Hao Chan's in the hand from the dealer button with King 5, and of course Tim has Ace Jack of Hearts. Lovely flop for Tim. He bets out into it. This is a raised pot.
Hmm. Let's see how Tan does respond. Ooh, it seems aggressively.
Very interesting. This from the man who has been very meek throughout the evening, and now he's got some ammunition. He's spraying and praying. Tim is not going anywhere. We know that. Now he's going to let Hao Chan know it as well, as he has raised to 9.6k, effectively ending the hand, showing them the monster that he had.
Yeah, strange decision from Hao Tan just to go for it there. On the bottom. Good kicker, man. Interesting.
Possibly a more promising line would have been to flat that and then try that stunt on the turn.
Yeah, variety of ways that one could have gone. One must think.
Poss- Possibly the best play of all would have been to not play the hand.
Arguably.
Howard is raised under the gun with King Queen. Interestingly enough, on my personal database, King Queen offsuit and Ace 10 offsuit are the two hands I have lost the most money with.
Oh, really? Interesting.
It's come to the point where I just simply make a profit by never playing them again. Fool's gold, those two hands. For me, anyway.
Me too.
It's a straddle pot this time, so Gooey's first to act from the +1. 50, 100, 200. Not an auto straddle.
Hmm.
Steve's announced something. Yeah, he has announced a raise from the button folded to him. Why not? Oh, he took that down quite easily.
Yeah, very little effort there. Tim, gonna come in with Olympia, Queen 10-0, hijack. And he will find O'Dwyer coming along there. Suited connectors.
Well, it started a cascade of limping, and it just might get through.
Yeah, picks up
Top
the
bottom.
blinds as well. And now top bottom for Jaming Chu, and we'll just lead out now.
Oh, I missed a 10K buy, and I thought Gooey was playing 25K. Turns out he was playing 35.
Mm-hmm.
So still down 13, but in better shape than Cat,
Yeah, Cat's
who's
not
gone
looking so
through his
great at the
first
moment.
30K. Came in for 30, covering everybody. Was up to 40 at one point.
Now gone up to 50. Oh,
Oh, how much fun is this? Looking at a raise and a raise. But Howard is super deep. It's a 4 bet, but a smallish one for the too many shows. The question is, how deep do you have to be to play Queen Nine of Diamonds option in a 4 bet pot? Is 500 bigs deep enough for such a stunt? Cat's gonna try again. Got a better hand this time. Opens for 500, and Howard still got a good hand. Gonna 3 bet again. Back to back
interesting.
3 bets. See if that gets Cat hot under the collar. Small enough for him to make the call. Gonna play the tens. Heads up, out of position. They're effectively close to 500 bigs deep.
Yeah, deep stack. Ace King 4. Howard taking the lead here with his top pair. Cat now definitely not in love with this flop.
You can take one over, but can he take two? Quickly lets it go. How Chan does not straddle. First stack, first to fold, and again we see a king queen offsuit. And Tim comes in raising.
Cat will come along too. King Jack O, good enough.
And I think action is on Ching. Somehow. Cat actually 3-bet that one. Makes a
Ah,
little bit more sense than, yeah, makes a bit more sense for him than flatting with players behind. So he has isolated the hand that dominates him. Now three hearts on the flop. Cat needs to hit a gut shot that isn't a heart. Or jack that isn't a heart. It's been checked twice. There's your cue. As the three better, he's almost obligated to do this. 1,100. Easily called. And now he needs to put the finishing touches on this. Cannot imagine winning with king high. He's thinking about polarizing his bet size. Oh, he gives
ooh.
up. He was one bet away that he couldn't pull the trigger. Dealer just making sure that the jack indeed does not come into play.
Yeah.
So Tim has got Cat's number, and that number is 2018.
Mhm.
Of course, Tim was the one who took Cat for about 20K earlier when his ace king outflopped his queens. So now Tim's under the gun with 4-5 of diamonds. You really want to play it, you might as well raise it, and he does for 400. Action and Howard, who likes his suited king. All the way back to Ching in the small blind. How Chan folds ace 10 in the big.
Hmm. Interesting decision there.
Okay, I see now. Howard is actually 3-bet, and Ching, being the raising machine he is, had 4-bet to 5K just
Four
on
bet.
principle. Yes, so naturally the ace hit the muck. I tell you what, Jimin Shu might have the widest range to open pre-flop, but Ching's 3-bet and 4-bet range is all over the place.
Can never be too sure about what betting.
Every opportunity is a squeeze opportunity.
That's it.
Very nice of him to show every hand too. Steve can just take it in. Maybe break out his cell phone and make some notes. Meanwhile, he's under the gun to kick things off. Cat has raced to 300. Fully believe that he does not intend to fold the 3-bet. Well, every opportunity is a squeezing opportunity, and this time Ching actually has the hand to do it with. So his advertising might work out, as Cat is not going to go away lightly, not this deep, and not against what Many might perceive by now as a wide open raising range for Ching. I just wonder now his four bet there. He has actually four bet to 7.2. The advertising has worked for Ching. Now he's got to think about how to get all 37K in somehow. He has position, Rich. So are you feeling a 5 bet here or flatting to catch a C bet on the flop?
Hmm. You see, flatting, you're just allowing a king or an ace to roll off then on the flop, and then you're always in an uneasy position. And if you five bet, you leave the strength and the top of your range in your range, but he's gone for the passive approach, so let's see.
And that's exactly what you were hoping would never happen. But of course, it always happens. They're all
Though,
overcards to his queen, and both of them show up. My goodness. This is the one time he put on the brakes. Well, if he was hoping to capture a C bet, he's looking right at it now. Well, now he raises. He's still trying to get all his money in. It's too late to do that now, but he's trying anyway. Well, will this work given that he didn't 5 bet? The cat's
exactly.
blocking one ace. He's blocking one ace. Did he get smooth called by kings? Ace king? Yep, he doesn't believe it at all. He's announced all in and he's figured it right. Doesn't figure aces, ace, king, or kings would have flatted him pre. So at worst he is chopping. It becomes an easy fold now for Ching. This is a 4 bet pot. But he can sit there and convince himself it's playing jack poorly. They come up with 10 different reasons why it can only be jacks. I think Ching had a plan and was trying to execute it regardless of the texture of the board. But now he has to rethink it.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming here from Cat. Those queens not looking as lovely as we said.
That extra 11K King chucked in there is a welcome addition. Make it well worth it, even if he doesn't get called. Those cards are made of Velcro. They get so sticky in these situations. Oh, okay. So he asked for a rabbit. Wow, with that,
Howard at the top at the moment.
Cat has the second most chips, but is still down about 20k. He's playing 80. So 5100 with a stand-up game on the side, but not auto-straddled. Wonder why they didn't just make it 100-100 and get those $10 chips out of the way. New deal, Steve O'Dwyer in the big blind, no straddle, so Cat acts first, got ace-10 off, and he comes in for 300. You're seeing a cascade of callers, all the way from the early positions, which drags in Hao Chan with yet another suited king. Four players into the flop. The raiser will be first to act. Big deuce, couple of clubs, good for Hao Chan. Was check, and Hao Chan bets his flush draw. Only Howard has a reason to hang in there with his top pair, top kicker. Kui has no business. Two players to see the turn, which is a brick. It's a really good card for Howard. Checks again, and Hao Chan needs to see that he has actually paired his three. He's double checked it. He's got the old pair with a flush draw. He's taken a free card and rivers for himself. A paired king, which puts him ahead now of Howard. Certainly Howard can't make a value bet here because the misdraws would only be folding. He's going to go for it anyway. Let's see how Chan plays this. Quite happy to flat call. And he wins the pot and a disc. The dealer making sure that she kills the losing hand. We can see the losing hand is the ace-8. But moves to Tim, who let himself sit with a really short stack during the beginning of this game, but has topped up since and then doubled up through Cat. Now sitting on a very healthy stack. Cat would be the big blind if he gets back to his seat in time. Don't know if they allow missed blinds at this game. There he is. So the blind is 5100 as you see. Straddle optional. So far only Jiming Shu has consistently straddled. Rest of the table are happy to just play it as it is. Howard is first to act and comes in raising with King 4 of Hearts. Jiming Shu playing it like he's in Bizarro World where he raises the garbage and only flat calls the good ones. So he's flat called with a premium hand and has pulled in Hao Chan with a suited ace, and now Tim 3 bets, sees all the callers in front of him. It's going to get interesting when it comes back down to Jiming Shu. There's so many players in the pot that Howard might just take a crack at trying to make it to the flop by calling here. I don't know if that's likely to happen. There's a reason to play your premium hand slowly, and this is the reason. You want to induce the action and then take the dead money. Jimmy Shu. He's dug the pit, put the spikes and covered it with palm leaves. And now they are about to walk into it. He's composed his 4-bet. Looks like 5,500. $4,500. Action back to Tim. He's got the button. He's pretty deep. And once again, the hand is suited. Struggling to let this one go. When in doubt, he can always call. He will have position. And I think that's what he is leaning towards. I don't know if Howard can overcall here. He does close the betting. That's about the only good thing about his position right now. His hand is a long shot. And I'm being generous. He does make the call. He closes the betting. And now we've got a 14K pot. 3 players off to see it. This is a 4-bet pot. And there's a king. Just enough to get Howard in trouble. It's monotone. Jiming Shu has the top pair and the nut flush draw. This is as safe as it gets for Tim, who can just get out without any more expenditure. Jimmy Shu, I don't know if he's asking for a count or. The flop is so good for him. I can imagine he might even want to check this. Loose aggressive players normally play passively when they have great hands, and more aggressively the worse that hand is. Now this is a great hand for him right now. And there's 14K in the middle. Gotta think about how to stick all his chips in the middle. He's got 28.5. He's got an SPR of 2, so gotta start putting more chips in the pot now if he wants to get it in by the turn. A 4th diamond does make him the nuts, but it also kills the action. So he's done it. Don't know if Tim can take a 12K bet. Be more interesting to see what Howard does with his top pair. He was playing the flop a flush, but he got the wrong red cards on the flop.
Yeah, would have preferred the heart varieties, that's for sure.
Would have traded in that king for the heart. He's gone all in with his top pair. He played it to hit
Oh
it.
my goodness.
Jiming Shu can't even imagine how he's going to lose. One of the fours that can save Howard is actually a diamond, so that doesn't count. So only one of two black fours.
8%. That's not it.
It's
5% now.
practically one out.
Oh,
One of the fours was actually folded.
crazy.
Huge pot.
Massive swing there for Jaming Ju. Howard on the wrong end of that one.
Well, layer after layer of regret there. I mean, you can regret opening with a raise, and you can regret flatting the 3-bet. You can regret flatting the 4-bet. You can regret calling all in on the flop. You play the hand to flop a flush,
Wow.
and you end up getting top pair and paying for it.
I'm surprised he went with it there. I feel like he still has a decent amount of fold equity.
Did he maybe imagine his 4 was a diamond? Even then, it would be such a poor draw.
Yeah, I wouldn't be feeling very confident even in that case. So.
He was thinking, well, I'm blocking kings, so this has got to be good.
Big pot.
There is a word in the Philippine players like to use when they know they made a mistake and lose in a big hand like that. They tell the other player, "Well, you deserved it." They say
You
"deserve" as
deserved
if,
it. Yeah,
yeah, as if I had no choice. I had to go with my hand. If you beat me, you deserve it. So when they lose a pot like
I
that, they
got
go
you.
deserve.
Deserve. Nice.
But you save that for situations where you really got a hand you can't get away from, and you say, if you beat me, you beat me, you deserve it. Not sure that applies to top pair no kicker on a monotone.
Could be a different story. And interesting development here, Steve O'Dwyer picking up the pocket nines.
Yeah, still sitting on that first buy-in, kind of trying to kickstart the game. Maybe decide to play deep later when he gets a better rhythm going, or give that first one a go. Try to run it up. So
10-3-3 on this flop. O'Dwyer still out ahead.
opted to check. Maybe try to skip this street.
Cheng should bet now.
Unless
Ooh,
he's checking to
surprising.
call. Dwyer can take control
Probably.
here. Betting can win him the pot or get him to showdown on the river. If plan is correct, it will go check, check. Well, Dwyer has managed to control the size of the pot. Small hand, small pot.
Happy to get to showdown there, O'Dwyer is.
So Goo is under the gun. He needs a disc. believe he's limped in with a dead man's hand, and Superman comes in raising. Suited connector for the 3-bet machine. Just calling this time. Chen calls along. Tim is dragged into it. And only Steve O'Dwyer says no. So a couple of suited connectors, a Broadway hand, and a suited queen.
And
I'm double
everybody
checking,
misses.
but yeah, I know every single one is missed. I mean, if anyone else was missing, they would be kids on a milk carton. There we go, finally.
Quite an interesting card, actually, for Ching and Superman. Superman obviously picking up the open ender, Ching flop in middle. So I do imagine we see a bet here from Ching.
Superman at least gonna call or worse.
I think he could be up for worse here, given his history.
Yeah, he likes playing the big pots, but looks like he's just calling this one.
Calling.
11 outs, if you include the 9, that's not one of them. And it's going to be check, give up to 200. It's almost embarrassing to fold. And that's why such a bet induces a race. I'd like to see him make it 20,000 just for out of principle.
2,000 would be very funny
Yeah.
right now.
I really only do that bet out of position with the nuts. Most players don't like to fold to it, but in position, I'd hate to open the door for a check raise on the river.
Yeah, that was a ballsy move by Ching for sure. I'm really only doing that with jacks, a three, something I'm very confident on. Ching having fun with it, you can see.
Table's tightened a little bit since we started. Now that stacks are deeper, people have settled down.
Definitely.
Howard's going to pop this one from the button with ace queen over Steve O'Dwyer's opener. Is Steve deep enough to play this out of position? So he thinks so. So we're going to see a flop.
Hmm. Interesting flop. Queen deuce deuce, two hearts. Steve's got two hearts. Howard's got Howard's got a queen, so picks up top with a great kicker. And Howard's pretty unpredictable, so
Did he bet $50? Oh, it's 1,500. I thought those were five $10 chips. Looks like 1,050 to me.
yeah, it really does.
It's 1,050 for a 4.3K pot. I'd say he's got the odds. Getting almost exactly the right odds, 4 to 1, to draw that flush. Never mind the implied odds. Got an
Ooh,
8 to go along with it. Oof. Added a few more outs.
a few more
Well, not
outs, but
really. I don't think. No, only the 8, as
yeah,
one of them has been folded. Yeah, only one 8 left. The 6 doesn't help, of course. It's already counterfeited by the 2s. Now it's 2,500, and Steve's stack is getting down to it. Still getting 3 to 1 here. If he calls this and makes his flush, he can still be profitable if he gets another 2 to 3K called on the river. Sounded like he's gone all in. No, he's made a call. One chip call. Gets another shot at any of these outs. Well, 3 swings. No hit for Steve. Doesn't really have room to take this away with any kind of silly check raising on the river. Can only hope to go to showdown. That's not going to happen, as we can see. Just put Steve all in. Wow, is he feeling like a hero? The only hand that he can beat is a hand like the one he has. Flush draw. The missed.
I mean, it's just such a weird line by Professor because you should only really be shoving with a house. Um, very weird. Pocket eights.
Well, I guess he's figured that Steve is priced in.
Wow.
He's
Yeah.
actually worked. I mean, the
Yeah.
bizarreness of the line has led to this call.
Steve blocks the eights as well, so he's got so many bluffs there. He's not expecting him to do with the ace queen because he's scared of the flush, but he just goes for it. Wow.
Howard did well there. The first 2 bets were definitely callable just based on the odds. But that river bet, to get that one called as well, was a special kind of skill.
Yeah, I think Steve did himself dirty in that one run. I think he spoke himself into that call when he really wasn't priced into call.
Well, that first bullet is history. Let's see if he's going to put a bigger bullet now. So the action so far, Tim has limped in with a suited ace. Cat has made it 400 to go. Howard's not going to say no. Ooh, 5,500. Is it?
Hmm?
Sorry, it's one.
1,500.
It says 1,500. Yeah, that makes more sense. I thought he threw the yellow chip in. So Superman's looking at a suited one gapper. Fun hand to crack big hands with.
Oh, here it is.
And
Tim will go for it here with
well,
the S5 probably.
yeah, Tim was limping to call, but it was a raise and re-raise. He calls anyway.
May as well.
Follow through with the plan.
Came all the way to JG.
Did not come here to limp fold.
That's for sure. Did not come here to do anything limp.
So it's checked around, and Howard, as the three better, now has an opportunity. It's been checked him twice, and that's his cue. 2,200. It'd be hard to believe that Cat had checked a 7 on two streets. Nice takedown for Howard. Howard's found a pretty good balance of being extra speculative, but still aggressive and picking up good spots.
Yeah, I think his table image just allows for him to also set those spots quite nicely. Just like in that hand with Steve O'Dwyer, where he's able to shove with two pair and still get called on that scary board. So definitely some work being done by him. Jacks now for Howard TN. He'll raise it up here.
Interesting decision by Howard, if indeed he had called with King 4 offsuit,
Hmm.
not fearing any kind of sandwich that may happen. I mean, once again, we're going to have a squeezing opportunity for Ching. Doesn't take this one. Oh, that is why, because Superman had done a squeeze before he could, with 2-3 offsuit at that. 3,800, putting pressure on Al Chance Jacks. He's 370 bigs deep. He will have position on Superman. And I don't think any of these other gentlemen in the hand can overcall. How Chen is in. I said corrected. Jiming Shu has this ability. Not feeling it this time. So it's jacks against a can of toxic waste.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Superman. Ace Ace 4 here. Picking up the gutty with the 5.
And as the three
However,
better, he can follow up pretty well on this board.
exactly. I was literally just about to say that. Those aces playing very well for the 3 bidder.
I like this small follow up too. Like he's setting him up for a pot bet on the turn. Superman has to consider if Hao Chan is the one who
Mm.
calling with an ace. Hao Chan had to double check his jacks. Both are black.
Just to confirm.
Well, they've gone check, check, and this is the last chance for Superman to take a shot at this 13K pot.
Yeah, surely he's got a bet here to win. But just gives up.
He is surrendered. He has to table the hand too. We see Jiming Shu now covers everybody with 700 bigs. But the big winner so far is Superman and Hao Chan close behind.
Yeah, Superman doing very, very well. Up 36K. So having a great time, that's for sure.
See, the Jacks have moved to the seat occupied by Jiming Shu.
Yeah, interesting to see how Jim Min Shu plays these jacks. You know, we always talk about how uncomfortable they are, but I don't think he has those same emotions. He ain't worried about any overcard on the flop.
I think his comfort zone is much larger than most.
His threshold for pain.
So Tim had opened a K9 and Jimmy Shu had 3-bet and put an end to it.
Big boss Jim and Chu.
Gooey is lost in prayer right now.
He's gone to sleep, it looks like it.
Possibly watching something under the table.
YouTube tutorial on how to play Texas Hold'em.
Specifically spots where you fold queens. It's got to be a Jonathan Little video on folding queens pre-flop.
For sure.
Steve is back in action under the gun raise. King Jack suited gets a call from Gooey with Queen Jack suited. And Shane
Mm-hmm.
comes along with random king. And Tim, why not from the small blind with 5-7?
Is that the small or the big?
It might be the big. Those letters are tiny. I
Yeah,
guess
they're
it's the big.
tiny.
It would make more
Yeah,
sense. He
must
calls
be.
from the big.
Must be. And Ching just gonna lead out.
Easily take this
And
down.
I mean, Gooey not looking like he's trying to fold. Okay.
Just a bit of dramatic effect. I wish every pot was that easy to take down. Four ways into the flop, and you take it down with one bet. Lovely.
Yeah, that was very simple. 8-3-5 flop. C bet, very small. Takedown. Wow, easy.
We now see Steve O'Dwyer in the big blind, and Cat needs a disc. It's been folded to Gooey. He's raised to 1100. 1100 to win 150. It works out. New deal 5100 blinds with a stand up game on the side. So players with a disc have won a pot. Players without a disc need to win one. Last player to win a pot or not win a pot must pay a penalty to every player on the table.
I wish they'd give us a tally of who's paid the most antes tonight.
Yeah, I'm informally keeping track. I feel like I feel like it's between Gooey and Cat.
Yeah, for sure.
And for Gooey, it's not for lack of trying. But there's got to be a different penalty for someone who doesn't even play. Someone who's trying, sure, you penalize him, he can't win. But someone who's not even in the pot for the whole duration of the round should pay a full buy-in to everyone.
I agree.
So three bet this fails to reduce the field. Still three of them gonna see a flop. Cat has the worst position here, but the good news is he gets to bet first.
And I'm sure he's not going to pass up on that brilliant opportunity.
Announced the bet. Chucks in a 5K chip. The bet is 4K. Superman's got a gut shot. He's got position. He's got a lot of chips. What is the move going to be for the man in the iron shirt? Might even count his two overcards. I mean, his jack and 10 as live.
Hmm.
made a call.
Yeah, I think he probably should have come over the top there. Such a big draw. Queen or an 8.
I mean, he may not know it, but that 10 actually puts him ahead. His hand just got better by miles. He's opted for the free river, and it's a good one. Cat can just barely take a showdown. And we can see Superman's not going to let him get there cheap. $19K in the middle. Oof, he's gone for the pot size. Would be an impressive Jedi mind trick if this can get Cat to call. Those two running tens seem harmless.
They seem harmless, but wow, wow. Are they going to prove expensive if cats feel sticky?
If Cat's instincts are saying that Superman missed a draw, he would be correct.
Big pot. Cat's going to call this.
The more he looks down at that 7, the prettier it becomes. Starting to look like a king. Hand seems stickier than it should be. It is bottom pair. But with this bet, a lot of bluffs enter the range of Superman. Be incredible if this actually works for Superman. Don't know if Cat can hear me, but Superman did 3-bet 2-3 offsuit. Oh! Stunned. I'm stunned that that worked. My goodness.
Big pot. 59K.
Wow. Just wow. It's so. I mean, it's the opposite of fundamental, you know? Small hand, small pot. He played a small hand with one of the biggest pots of the night. Just like that, Cat is in the cellar dweller again. Down 47K for this session. Wow, we've seen some big river bets that work out. And they've been getting called by bluff catchers. It's not even a cooler.
Hmm.
That's I guess that's how you know your image is completely shot when you're potting the river and getting called by bottom pair. Jamie Shu has raised this one to 300. Howard has tossed in the chips with Queen 10 off. Heads up on the flop. Howard first to act. Quick check, quick bet, and quick fold. Got word that these players might be taking a break soon, so we will take you all the way up to that break, and then we will call it an evening. Such short work for Superman, close to 70K in dollars. I've seen players play 7-day events to try to win as much. At least the third time that Ching has gotten pocket queens. He's just called this one for 100. Does he know that Steve O'Dwyer is sitting in there with kings? Steve makes it 6, maybe 700. It is 600, and this is the trap that Ching is going to spring. He's going to get Jimmy Zhu to come along between them, unless he himself three bets this, which would surprise nobody. There we go, three bet to 2K, and Ching got exactly what he wanted. Now, if he takes a page from Gooey's playbook, he should be folding this, but he's a different player. We got a 4 bet, and show tunes going off in Steve O'Dwyer's head. 4 bet to 6K. His hand plays itself now. Can't credit Jiming Shu for just the top of his range. And for Ching, it's limp 4 bet, so that's about the only hand he's worried about, but he's only come in for 100 bigs. So Steve is
There we go.
naturally all in,
All in.
and he should be instantly
Snap.
called here.
What a cooler.
Queens versus Kings. To the flop we go.
Oh,
To paint card. Another heart.
oh my
Here is the
goodness.
Queen of Hearts in play. This could get ugly.
Sweaty river for O'Dwyer, but Cowboys managed to hold.
A red card at that. Put Steve back to even. He's playing 20K. Up a little bit now.
Yeah, up 1.3K. Just take that stress off the shoulders. No, you're not down a buy-in. Although Steve O'Dwyer, I'm sure, sitting on chests.
Yeah. A couple of days ago, took down at least 6 digits.
Yeah, I saw that
Never
actually.
mind the past 10 years, eh?
Yeah, what a legend he is.
Ching has 9-7 of hearts and a head of steam. Raises to 300. Somewhere in the world is a poker book that says you should always play the next hand after a bad beat. Haven't seen that book. I only know it exists.
I was just about to ask you.
Never one to say no to a squeeze. Jiming Shu's gonna pull one here. Oh, that's a pretty small squeeze. He's made it 800. Is that right? Gooey can just cold call this. I'd be interested to see what Ching's gonna do. Just gonna try to see a flop. So Gooey did not call Jack Queen of diamonds. And Howard gets to close the betting for only 500. Four ways to the flop, 3.3K in the pot. Oof, ace on the window. 8 in the middle. Howard has the best hand by far. Ching can catch a gut shot. Check to the big stack on the button. Best hand, best position. $2,200. Ching likes a gut shot. Doesn't have the odds for it though. You got to call 2,200. You got to win 22,000. Now he's got the flush draw to go
Ooh,
with it, and an
my
open
goodness.
ender. I mean, everything, everything you could ask for to improve. I mean, if you like this hand of the flop, he's gonna like it for all his chips now. There we go. Howard's never folding. Well, Howard's still asking for a count. I just figured he'd call. He's making sure he's not calling 50,000. Of course, he's calling.
He ain't going anywhere.
They don't run it twice, do they?
No, I don't think they're doing that here.
So you can see 14 outs. Cards to dodge for Howard's hand to hold up. The dealer is milking the suspense here. Anytime now.
Ooh,
Ooh, it almost looked like it. I froze up for a bit. I thought it was a
thought it
six.
was a six. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, had to check twice. So Ching is felted after pretty much running the table for a bit. He ran into spot after spot. Most wicked one, queens versus kings. And now he's down to the felt.
Yeah, brutal. Brutal swing for Ching. Took that knock early on, then managed to double up, triple up, was flying for a long time. And then just like that, boom, bam, bush.
cat. Getting frisky. Hasn't seen action in a while, so he's going to force it with 8 high, raises to 300. Howard naturally 3 bets his ace queen, 1300. Should be folded all the way around. $300 donation. Superman running the show. Howard does have 65K, but I think he got felted early in the session. And it's actually playing 60K. So he's only up 5 despite having a big stack. 5,100 blinds here at the Reddragon poker room. Cash game with a stand-up game on the side. Okay, this time Cat makes it 400 with a real hand. Howard's only calling this time. Jimmy Shu. He's got a 3-betting hand. See, you and I see King Jack of Diamonds. He sees a straight flush already.
He's a glass half full kind of guy.
He just opts to limp this one in. I think Tim got dragged into this with Jack 6 off, and he gets to hit the 6. But Cat's got the top pair.
Cat's just going to
1.8K in the middle
continue.
of. Yeah. Trying to keep people in it. King Jack can pop it now because he's only 2 diamonds away from a flush. And that's good reason to raise. He's more than halfway there. Cat's gonna let Jimmy Choo hang himself. Howard lets go of his top pair. He's playing quite well. Uh-oh. How do you spell regret? Jimmy Choo hit the jack. Howard would have had the best hand, but not for long. So now Cat is on the river with a pot that he wishes was larger than 5K. Might as well pot it. He bets 3K. Jimmy Choo has a bluff catcher. I mean, what could Cat bet and call with on the flop that he can beat?
I'm not sure if the thought pattern goes that deep.
Well, river races are generally horrific to be facing. But Cat's sitting on top 2. Even if he goes in the tank here thinking about King 10, I think he ends up calling. Should
Yeah, he's
Jimmy
definitely going
Choo
to call this.
fire?
No, I don't think Jimmy Shu can fire here. Yeah, didn't think so.
Yeah, the pot's not big enough to exert that kind of pressure.
Mm-mm. Yeah, even if he puts, 7 grand in there, still just going to get snapped off.
It's gonna get called.
Squid Game's over. Who's paying up?
Okay, so they just changed 8. I guess it's a 200 each.
Yeah,
Is
it
that what it
looks
is?
pretty
Yeah.
decent.
Okay, looks like they are getting up for a break. and it's good timing. The Squid Game's over, so if you're gonna reset, now's the time to do it. So player's gonna take a break, and we're gonna call it a night. I'm gonna let you wrap this up, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ron, it's been an absolute pleasure hosting this one with you. It's been some great fun 5100 cash game action here live from the Red Dragon Poker Room. We had a nice big name join us later on here with Steve O'Dwyer. And yeah, it's been nothing short of excitement. So join us tomorrow for another live, exciting stream from the WPT Korea. But until then, stay safe. Good night. Sweet dreams.